Wat panuhurado sa juego, Wahesu Yojets, Pagatahioni Niwikitaroda, Gatnawagin Iduageno. My name is Wahesu, Dr. Wahesu Whitebean. I'm Wolf Clan from Gatnawaga, and I'll be moderating today's session. So welcome back, everyone, to our audience here and to those joining us on the live stream and to our esteemed judges panel. So we welcome you to this 57th session of the Permanent People's Tribunal on Missing Indigenous Children and Unmarked Graves in Canada. We're here in Jogjaga, Montreal, and today is day 3 of 5 of this tribunal. And so before we begin, I'd like to go over a couple of housekeeping items. I'd like to remind everyone to please turn off your cell phones and silence your devices. Also, we have a support team who asked me to remind you that there are paper bags placed throughout this space. And we invite you to place any tissues in there that we'll be happy to take care of in the sacred fire at the end of each day. And we'd like to also acknowledge our sacred fire keepers. The fire was lit on Monday, May 25th, with several national sacred fires lit concurrently, and it's burning 24/7. So Nyawakoa to our fire keepers. And we encourage everyone throughout this session today to avail of all of the supports we've provided. And if you're joining online in the live stream, to avail of the phone numbers that were provided, and you can visit our-truths.com. Also, the numbers are there on the bottom of the page. And so we had a very powerful day yesterday of testimony from survivors and from experts in investigative journalism. And we understand that although it was really powerful, it's also can be heavy. And so we strongly encourage everyone to prioritize self-care, and we will be taking breaks throughout the day and providing these reminders. And so for today's session, this morning, we will have an expert panel on survivor initiatives and investigations. That panel will be introduced by Brenda Gunn. Also, that will include Laura Arndt and Dr. Scott Hamilton, and that session will be led by Sarah Glickman from Aboriginal Legal Services. And then later this afternoon, we also have a survivors panel on forced and coerced sterilization. And that session will be led by Elisa Lombard, and she will introduce our survivors at that time. And so I would now like to call up our elder to come do our opening. Kaherisu Fran Bova. Tudohan na kariwa dekwa. Yawakoa. In our way, it's whenever we're in a gathering or in a meeting or anywhere we bring our minds together, we always do our Honda Betty with deck. And what it is our Thanksgiving. And how it's explained to me is that everything within our Thanksgiving is what we need to sustain our lives. And so we'll start with that in giving thanks. Ang buwego askan dito ang wet nune ne ang bahni gorang dana dia tinu wara dune yung kini stama tio hong zaade. O gadi na to hak ne gorang dana ang buwego askan dito ang wet nune ne ang bahni gorang dana dia tinu wara dune ne ang gweso ang o gadi na to hak ne ang bahni gorang. Puedo hasta ande de wak met nuni ne ubot ni gordo tan de tinu word of ne doc ne gordon tan kutsu su oni gadi ne do hak ne ubot ni gordo puedo hasta ande de wak met nuni ne ubot ni gordo tan de tinu word adu ne honde su tan ne su oni gadi ne do hak ne ubot ni gordo puedo hasta and did walk with Nuni, ne unguas ne gorda. Then a day at Tina word adu, ne often day so on. So Gadi ne do not ne unguas ne gorda. But Guego Aska, and did one with Nuni, ne unguas ne gorda. Then a day at Tina word adu ne got his so on. Then on June half on it. So Gadi ne do not ne unguas ne gorda. Guego Aska did one with Nuni, ne unguas ne gorda. Then the attending word on in there, Gunderio. Togadine doha ne ngwahni gora. Gwego asta and did one point nuni ne ngwahni gora. And the 18 word order ne onward is so up. Togadine doha ne ngwahni gora. Gwego asta did one point nuni ne ngwahni gora. To the 18 word order ne. Ozita angu oni. Togadine doha ne ngwahni gora. Gwego asta and did one point nuni. Name Barney Zora, then they attend the word all the name. What's it mean? Was so up. Look, I didn't do her name Barney Gorda. Where I go, Sunday to walk with new name Barney Gorda. Then they attend the word all the way, guiding it covered all the morning. Forgot the name do her name Barney Gorda. Where I go, Sunday to walk with new name Barney Gorda. Then they attend the word all the name. Then it's the word all the names, but see, checking at the gut for only. Togadine doha ne ngwahni gora. Gwego asta and did walk with new name Barney Gorda. Then they attend the word all the name. You just not you say cut never got up what wanted. Togadine doha ne ngwahni gora. Gwego asta and did walk with new name Barney Gorda. Then they attend the word all the name. By adding the room, you were the register. Togadine doha ne ngwahni gora. Gwego asta did walk with new name Barney Gorda. Then they attend the word all the name. You just took part of me. Then it just got of yellow. Togadine the net and bought the door. Gwego asta and did walk with new name Barney Gorda. Then the sea didn't know where all the name is on somewhere is on Russia stuff Sarawan. Ned saw here. Oh no, 31 for doing go. No one is at all day. Doga at 10 was again a guard not easy than I saw what the sort of Ekadi, Nando, name, Nigo, young go.
Good morning, everyone. I have the distinct pleasure of introducing to everyone our distinguished panel this morning. And so to start, we have Laura Arndt, who is an intergenerational survivor and currently works as the Secretariat Lead for the Survivor Secretariat, which is the survivors group from the Mohawk Institute Indian Residential School, which is also known as the Mush School. Laura has been in this role since the inception of the Survivor Secretariat in 2021. And prior to this, Laura held leadership roles in educational institutions, including Associate Dean of the School of Advancement at Centennial College and Vice President of Education at Inspire, and acted as the Director of Strategic Development and the Director of Advocacy Services at the Office of the Provincial Advocate for Children and Youth in Ontario. In addition to working full-time with the Survivor Secretariat, she is currently working on her PhD in Cultural Studies at Queen's University on First Nations young people and community engagement. Laura has also participated in the Periodic Review of Canada before the UN Committee on the Rights of the Child regarding Indigenous children's concerns. Her expertise and experiences will help the Tribunal understand what initiatives are being undertaken by survivors and Indigenous communities to share the truth of what happened to students, locate their deceased and disappeared children, and commemorate these losses in a way that ensures healing for survivors and their families that were left behind. Secondly, we have Dr. Scott Hamilton, who is a specialist in fur trade historic archaeology and ethnohistory with general archaeological expertise in Northern Plains and Boreal Forest Indigenous archaeology. He is a professor emeritus in anthropology and the Center of Excellence for Sustainable Mining and Exploration at Lakehead University. Dr. Hamilton's interests include archaeological applications of computing, near-surface geophysics, geographic information systems and global positioning systems, zoo archaeology, geoarchaeology, landscape archaeology, and application of aerial and underwater remotely controlled technologies. His current research is focused on Indigenous-led and community-based heritage and investigations at Indian residential schools, particularly supporting community searches for unmarked burials. His expertise and experiences will help the tribunal to understand the initiatives currently being undertaken by survivors and Indigenous communities to locate deceased and disappeared children. Specifically, Dr. Hamilton will present on ground search methodologies being used in this work. Thank you.
Good morning, distinguished judges and members of the public. I was introduced at the beginning of this session, but I'll just briefly reintroduce myself. My name is Sarah Glickman, and I'm a staff lawyer at Aboriginal Legal Services, and I'm part of the prosecutorial team for this session. I'd like to thank Brenda Gunn for that introduction. Turning to our panel this morning, good morning. First, I'd like to ask Dr. Hamilton, may I refer to you as Scott? And Laura, may I refer to you as Laura? And you can call me Sarah. Thank you both so much for joining us and agreeing to provide testimony at the session. Before we get into the content of the session, I'd like to give a roadmap of what we intend to cover on this panel on survivor investigations and initiatives. First, we'll get some context about student death at Indian residential schools and Canada's policy, or lack thereof, on this subject. Next, we'll introduce the Survivor Secretariat, an organization which Laura represents and Scott has worked closely with. Next, the 4 pillars of the Secretariat will guide the rest of the panel. Those being archival research, ground search, advocacy for survivors, and commemorization, memorialization, and protection. We will also discuss the challenges raised by ongoing denialism. So we've heard evidence already at the session about deaths and burials at residential schools, but Scott, I'd like to ask you to help us understand what is and what isn't known about this topic. And I'd like to point you first to the research you conducted for the Truth and Reconciliation Commission and prepared in a report entitled, "Where Are the Children Buried?" which is Exhibit 2A in his anticipated evidence package.
Sure. My involvement began partway through the Truth and Reconciliation Commission hearing process. And in about 2013, I was asked by Kim Murray to track down as many cemeteries as I could associated with the Indian residential schools. And very quickly in that process, I realized that there was a massive information void about the geography, the cultural geography of these places, but also a very significant information void about how many children died, how many children are disappeared, and why was that the case? And very quickly, I came to the realization that at that time, there was a lot of unknowns. And I find a decade and a half later, there still remains a lot of unknowns. We still don't have the answer how many children we're actually looking for as part of these searches. This is because of the incomplete records that existed then as well as now, accessibility to those records, and also very significant difficulties and roadblocks in accessing the records that are available. And when you do get them, the communities are finding that they're usually very heavily redacted. So at a minimum, in 2014, it was pretty clear that we were looking at about 3,100 reported deaths. And there was a general recognition that that probably represented the underrepresentation. Now, a decade or so later, we have confirmation of at least 4,000, but still no sense of what the upper number is. And when I looked at the records in 2014, the summary records that other team members had been producing, it was very clear when you looked at the data set that the annual reported deaths varied wildly from year to year to year to year. And there was no apparent pattern to it. This just wild up and down fluctuations that are reflecting gaps in the data. The context of the documentation as it was coming in was making it clear that children were dying at an extraordinarily higher number than the general population, in part because of disease that was rampant in these schools. The schools were also very overcrowded, poorly ventilated, poorly heated. Food was poor. Children were highly stressed. There was an enormous amount of violence. And there was very incomplete or invisible healthcare. Now, remember that these schools began operations before there was a Canada, and it represents the vast majority of the history of the country. And many of these schools are located in areas where public health infrastructure was very, very primitive at that time and was largely inaccessible to Indigenous people. So the children crowded into these places were incredibly vulnerable and were dying in large numbers. The great tragedy is we still don't know what that rate of death was.
Thank you. I'd like to ask the AV to bring up the infographic on possible fate of the deceased and disappeared. Scott, can you tell us about how the burials of students who died at Indian residential schools were handled by the institutions and the officials?
There was a recognition quite early on that children were going to be dying in these schools. And the numbers of children that were dying in these schools was well documented very early in the 1900s through the efforts of Dr. Bryce. It appears that Indian Affairs essentially ignored data, ignored the warnings, and proceeded anyway with the operation of the system. When I began work, I was rather naive in my understanding of where these children might be buried. My assumption was that they would be close to the school, perhaps on the school grounds. Many of these schools are associated with mission churches and churchyard cemeteries. And I thought, well, there's probably a number of children would be buried there. And also the possibility of nearby municipal cemeteries. As the years have rolled by and we've built more information, as you can see on this graphic, the alternative fates of the deceased and disappeared is staggering in its complexity. And for many of those boxes and arrows, we don't know how important those various pathways are. We know that there's often burial places nearby or within the grounds of the schools that are utilized for decades, but these are very informal cemeteries that were developed as a consequence of the evolving public policy of interring deceased students as inexpensively and expeditiously as possible. And the cost of undertakers, the costs of burial plots in municipal cemeteries was prohibitive from the perspective of the authorities. And as a consequence, we should expect informal cemeteries, undocumented cemeteries, to be quite common in the vast majority of these schools. But when we start thinking about the movement of students from school to school, children becoming sick and being transferred to sanatoria or to Indian zone hospitals, children getting sent to juvenile reformatories, children running away, all of these possible scenarios, we have no real sense of the magnitude of search in one of the largest countries in the world, just how far and how wide we have to explore. You got a sense of that listening to Tanya's discussion yesterday of the difficult search for her great-grandmother, and how finally she was located in a very large cemetery consisting exclusively of unmarked graves, probably of hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of individuals. That scenario is way more common than we might think on first consideration of this problem. I think it's very much more widespread than we fully realize now.
So in terms of the burial that we can connect the schools to the ones that, might be on the school grounds themselves, church ground, can you tell us about what you've learned about the institution maintenance and care of those cemetery, if any?
I think when we have a number of historic images of the schools in operation, and a number of them will be photographs of the cemetery. Often it will feature students, usually boys, tending the graves, digging the graves, maintaining the graveyard. Sometimes they will be fenced. Often there will be wooden crosses erected at the graves. But when the school closed, the properties were essentially abandoned. And those cemeteries often fell into disrepair. Cemeteries that are associated with schools and also mission churches probably persisted and may well still persist, but the vulnerability of wooden crosses makes these graves very difficult to find decades and decades later, because of course the crosses disappear. And with the loss of living memory, the locations of those graves are often lost as well, or only hazily understood, and efforts to rebuild and restore may well end up with fenced spaces that are thought to define the cemeteries, but there may well be unmarked graves beyond those boundaries.
So just to clarify, for the burials and cemeteries associated with the schools, do you know of any formal policy from the Department of Indian Affairs about maintenance and care?
Maintenance and care, no, I don't. I don't believe there was a policy. The only policy that came clear through other people's research was the admonition that principals bury the children as inexpensively as possible, and the return of children's bodies back to their families, back to their home communities was the exception rather than the rule.
Thank you. So I'd like to switch gears now to ask Laura some questions. With this historical context in mind and understanding the kind of current conditions we're talking about for these burials, I just want to start talking generally about the initiatives by survivors. And I'd like for you to introduce the Survivors Secretariat and the work that it's doing with respect to the Mohawk Institute. Just generally, if you could start with the 4 pillars, perhaps.
Okay. So the Survivors Secretariat is an organization that is led by Indian residential school survivors of the Mohawk Institute. Most of my bosses are in the room today. And in the work that the Survivor Secretariat does, the focus is on bringing the children home. So we do that through 4 central pillars: ground search, archival research and preservation, advocacy for survivors, commemoration, and memorialization. So when we talk about ground search, there was this rush in the early days to conduct ground search using GPR technologies. And we were like other organizations. We did the same thing. We purchased GPR machines and began the work of searching the Mohawk Institute. We ran into a number of difficulties in the early days. And so we then started adding layers of technology, which I will leave Dr. Hamilton to speak to. But and I do that because I know the names of the technologies, but I have not operated the technologies. My team, our team, has. And so we've worked with LiDAR,
multispectral scanning. We've used satellite positioning to better position the ground areas that we're searching. And in doing all of that, what we've been able to do is create what is called a cross-sectional view. So we can see the ground that we've searched from multiple angles, and it helps us to start narrowing in on data processing and data analysis. The problem is the technologies we're using were never developed to search for clandestine burials. And so not proper grave shafts, not proper coffins. And so it's a hard endeavor that we're underway. I'll talk a little bit more about that down the conversation timeline we have together today. One of the things I will say that's problematic with ground search is, what do you do when you find ancestors? And for us, the grappling is current testing might help us identify gender and approximation of age. But if there hasn't been proper records kept, we don't know where that child came from. We don't know their home nation. We don't know who to return the ancestral remains to. And for us, that became a big push for us to place our focus on the second pillar, which was archival research and preservation. I refer to archival research as our memory project. The memories of the children, the communities they came from, the families they left are in the records. And they're in the records that now are somewhat positioned in Canada, somewhat positioned in England, and somewhat positioned in archival databases across the country. As a result of our focus on archival research, we have been able to identify more than 6,000 children who attended the Mohawk Institute. We've been able to identify more than 1,200 persons of interest who either worked with or were involved in the operation of the Mohawk Institute. And we've been able to identify 105 children who died. And that's with the records we've collected so far. Our third pillar, and there's much more to it, please know that, but I'm trying to be overview.
And actually, before you get into the third pillar, I know you asked to introduce the three, but I did want to touch on get into a deeper discussion about the archival work first, if that's okay. So specifically, I want to talk about a collection of documents that the Secretariat has identified with respect to the abuse and conditions at the Mohawk Institute. So I'd ask the AV team to pull up the Appendix 6 legend, which is part of Laura's evidence. And while that's getting pulled up, Laura, can you explain to us, and I know it's a large record and there's a lot of work that went into this, can you talk to us about what these records are, what you've learned about the conditions, and we'll start there.
So what I can tell you is, to date, we have been able to collect about 37,000 documents. They are a combination of records and documents from the NCTR, the National Archives, provincial archives, the Palace Archives in England. And so we have a rather large collection. And to create that collection, we started with a memorandum of understanding with 6 nations of the Grand River, the University of Manitoba, and No History. And that was so that we could ensure that we work through our nation to get access to records that we believe belong in our stewardship through the University of Manitoba. And I want to make a clarifying point here. So the clarifying point is, for us to access the records at the National Centre for Truth and Reconciliation, we had to work through the University of Manitoba. The University of Manitoba has oversight of the NCTR's collections, and it falls under the umbrella of the university. For Indigenous people, the involvement of universities in our lives has not always been one that has been conducive to a fair representation, nor has it been conducive to creating, other than a deficit-based analysis of who we are, a real reflection of our peoples. So we're working with the university to access these records. Part of what we understand our memorandum of understanding to be is that we would gain access to all records associated with the Mohawk Institute and be able to have copies of them. While we have copies of those records, I can't share those copies with families or communities because the restriction is I can have copies only for our use. So when it comes to the idea of bringing the children home, we don't have stewardship of the records. We don't have stewardship of the memories. What we have is we're like children looking in the window. We can see it, we can read it, we can touch it, but it's not ours to use.
Thank you. And specifically with this collection, can you talk about the deaths that were identified?
So when we began our work in 2021, when I was the CEO for the Survivor Secretariat, the NCTR had identified 48 deaths associated with the Mohawk Institute in, and I will say 3 years of our work, because we haven't been able to do archival research to any real extent for the last year and a half. We grew that number from 48 to 105 children. I think it's critical to share. It isn't so easy as opening up the book and finding a record. What we find is in someone's journal, a reflection on a death. Then from there, we move to trying to see what was on the rolls for that year, what newsletters, what reports were made, and then you try and find the name of the child. And so, we talk about it's not so easy as just starting the work. And when I say we, I want to speak to the importance of team. Micah Patterson, who is our lead researcher, is the one that spends her day and nights in the files. And it takes weeks sometimes to hunt down information and link it back to a child because you're kind of building a puzzle out of the records. In addition to that, there's never a lot of information that's made available as you do this work. And so before I talk about two specific cases, I want to stop for a moment and pause for why there are 10 bundles sitting on the chairs. So there are that feeling.
I know. Yeah.
Feedback.
We're just getting some feedback on Laura's mic.
And it's not often that I can't hear myself sing. That's okay. There are 10 bundles sitting there before you in the two chairs. So generally, whenever we gather, we have a table or a chair for boys and a table or a chair for the girls who attended residential school. And then it's because we want them to always be present. And then we feed their spirits. That's why there's food set in front of them. And for this occasion, because I'm bringing information forward about 10 children specifically, there is, when you invoke name, you invoke spirit. And what we want in creating the bundles is to tell the children, the spirit of these children, that they don't need to come, they don't need to be present. They don't need to be in the room with us. But we bring the bundles with us so that at the end of this gathering, we put those bundles to the fire so that there is a release, that when we've spoken their names here, it's been in good medicine. When we've spoken their names here, it's part of the work to bring not just them, but every child. And yesterday, one of the witnesses talked about the importance of speaking. We speak into creation, we speak into light. And every time we talk about a child and invoking their memory, we want you to remember they were children. We want you to remember they had families, lives, and communities, and they had a culture. So these 10 bundles are representations of 10 lives that did not get to benefit from living in community, the benefits of a life of family, a life of culture and spirituality. But today, they're witnesses. And so as I speak about two specific situations, I want to talk about the images that you have. And I want to again thank Micah Patterson for the amazing work she's done in helping us create this package of materials. I want to talk a little bit about the death of Joey Commanda.
So if we could just pull up, the AV team could pull up Appendix 6, document N3 onto the screen.
So in some of the documents we have present for you, they're not legible because they're so old. And what Micah has done is she has pulled the content into a master Excel document so that you don't have to do the winding and pulling back on the documents. But in the case of Joey Commanda in 1968, I just want to talk a little bit about Joey's life. I mean, it's really difficult to understand what it is that would push a child to so quickly after being admitted to the Mohawk Institute to run. And so this young man is brought into the school, and within 24 hours is running to go home. He sadly ended up being killed on the train tracks in Toronto area as he made an attempt to come home. What's interesting about the process, because we'll never know how interesting Joey was because Joey's life ended tragically. What's interesting about the process is it took 4 days before his family was informed of his death. And the fact that there was communications with police, there was communications with the agency superintendent, there was communications with the superintendent of school. The regional director passed the information along to the director of Indian Affairs in Ottawa. And then they began the conversation or prepared the preliminary telegraph from then to go for the director of the education division. That's page 1. Part of the difficulties in all of this is Joey's family and Joey is pretty well absent in the correspondence because they were more focused on the process of how we communicate a missing child than they were on the idea of a missing child. And then when Joseph Commanda's remains were found, part of the way he was identified, and you've heard survivors talk about being assigned numbers. Joey Commanda had number 60 sewn into the back of the clothing he fled the mushroom from. And part of the way that he was identified is they used the number that was sewn into his shirt to confirm that that was Joseph Commanda. And so with all of this happen, I think it's critically important that we take a look at the process, because in my life, if my child went missing, the first person that would get a phone call would be the parent. The family should know what's going on. The nation should know what's going on. But instead, the process was flying it up, as they say, up the flagpole through Indian Affairs and Indian Education to figure out who was going to do what. And then multiple police services who were involved. And then a decision around who was going to communicate it to the First Nation. And then who in the First Nation was going to communicate it to the parent. In the midst of all of this, there's a child missing. In the midst of all of this child is not aware of where he is. And in the midst of all of this child dies tragically. And we're focused on the process of making sure the important people knew what happened to this child. The second document I'd like to...
Yeah, if the AV team could pull up Appendix 6, document N9 now, please.
So in document 9, it's difficult to view, but Mike has done a phenomenal job making the core information available on the master Excel document. So in reviewing this document, we have a young person named Edward, but his real name was actually Edgar. There is discussions about the harshness of discipline, the realities of Indian boys being different than English boys, so punishment is different. So you've got an abusive staff and it's rationalized away. And then in the same correspondence, we have a reference to a death. And it's a side note. And the side note goes on to say, the company was deeply sorry to hear of the death by drowning of Edgar is his name. The boy appears to have been drowned on March 29th. But the company heard of it, and I apologize because I don't have the Excel document up in front of me, is weeks later. But it's interesting that you get these notations that he appears to have drowned. The child drowned? Did he not drown? And why did it take so long for the New England company to be informed? And this is in 1916, where Joy Commando was 1968. In 1916, we have a death of a child. It's a toss-in. But even as this toss-in reflection on Edgar, if you read the entire package of materials, there's this conversation about how we over-discipline and an abuse of staff being rationalized for excessive abuse by saying, well, you got to punish the Indians differently than you punish the English boy. So we apparently don't get the message, and we have to be harsher and more violent in how we engage with Indigenous children. But these are two of the children whose bundles who are here with you today. And there's 10 children that we have provided information about, and that's 10 of 105, and that's only of the ones we've been able to identify. And I'm conscious of trying to be very concise and focused, so I apologize if we're going.
Please, we're going at a good place, so don't worry.
Okay.
I know that the Secretariat has done a lot of other archival research projects. We don't have time to cover them in the scope of this panel, but I did want to point the judges out to them, which are in Laura's evidence package. So these are exhibits LA5, which is a multi-jurisdictional police task force report from 2024. Then we have LA6, which is the Pritchard draft report of the Fletcher files, 2024 as well. And then we have LA8, which is the History of Policing Mohawk Institute, 2024. Thank you, Laura. So we're going to switch gears back to the first pillar, which you spoke about a bit with respect to the Mohawk Institute, and we'll get a chance to hear again from you about more of the work that's done. But in order for us to appreciate the significance of the work and the challenges, we're going to turn to Scott to give his presentation about ground search. So if I could have the AV team bring up the PowerPoint presentation, please. And once you can see it on your screen, Scott, I'm actually just going to let you go through slide by slide, and I'll follow up if anything needs to be covered.
For the sake of brevity, I'm going to skip over several of the slides that are in the information package.
And just so the judges know, the full presentation will be on the drive and in the package. We have removed or hidden those slides in this version of the PowerPoint, so you actually won't see them, Scott.
Okay. Makes things easier. This is a kind of a synopsis of what I've been doing, what I've observed with other researchers about the general pattern and practice of ground search across the country. And there are a number of people who are working on these investigations. There's some degree of information flow from one team to another in order that we can sort of share information about what works and what doesn't, and the kinds of considerations that we have to keep in mind that are reflecting the limitations of the available methodologies. I think what's probably most important to recognize is that all of these investigations are Indigenous-led. They are guided by Indigenous cultural and spiritual procedures and protocols. And most, if not all, are heavily dependent on survivor testimony and the archival record to help focus and direct the ground search. They also reflect community-defined objectives. What we do reflects the priorities and interests of individual communities. So it's important to think about all of these investigations as being kind of unique across the country. So you start thinking about 130 odd named schools, many of which have several iterations. That's a lot of investigations. in different geographic conditions, different sedimentological and ecological conditions, different climatic conditions. And each of these variables condition which tools get used and how credible the outputs from using those tools can be. So it's very messy, it's very complicated, and it's essentially, to be a little bit glib, we're figuring it out on the fly because of all of these variables. We are also confronting a general popular misconception about the strengths and efficacy of a lot of the technical methods that are being deployed. Right from the very beginning, there has been this unfounded assurance that one rolls a GPR instrument across the ground and there will be the graves. Nothing could be further from the truth. All of these investigations are being driven by non-invasive methods. This often results in ambiguous results that require a great deal of analytic expertise and time to tease out credible meaning. We also have come to the realization that we need to approach these searches utilizing multiple methods. One single method won't do it. So we need multiple proxies and then compare and interrogate the information coming from each. All of this research and development and implementation is now in a state of flux because of uncertainty over funding. And a number of community leads have given permission for me to use examples from their investigations. Most of the discussion today will derive from the Sacred Heart investigation at Saddle Lake Cree Nation in Alberta. But in the package, there will be exemplars from some of the other investigations. Okay, next slide. This is courtesy of my colleague, Dr. Andrew Martindale, who laid out a flow chart to try and conceptualize the sequence of investigative events. And a lot of the ground search in this flow chart comes after a lot of the preliminary collection of archival information, survivor knowledge, the consultation to identify goals and procedures. And what we've discovered quite frequently is that we've had that cart way out in front of the horse. Many communities are rushing to ground search without a lot of the preliminary work fully advanced. And what we're facing is the realization, as the years have rolled by, that we're still confronted with a very large information void. There's a lot that we don't know. And the big struggle has been to how to move forward on a very tightly constrained timeline with multiple of these steps simultaneously. And it creates gridlock quite frequently. We have a problem with information overload. And the process of data analyses and syntheses and cross-tabulation is very incompletely developed. Next slide. Probably the most important source of information is the combination of survivor testimony and the very incomplete written record that is available. This eyewitness information is incredibly important because even though these are the traumatic memories of children, they are much more comprehensive than the surviving records. This work takes a great deal of time and effort to collect, organize, interpret, and validate. And it is always much more complicated than one can present in one slide. There's a lot of who, what, when, where kinds of questions. And this becomes the core for making determinations of how to proceed with the ground search. Next slide. Using the Alberta example that I mentioned, we see a really dramatic example of the incompleteness of the death records. The 27 you see reported there are the reported deaths that are recorded and available through the National Centre for Truth and Reconciliation. This represents the compendium of information that's coming from the federal records. The search team at Saddle Lake has gotten access to the local parish records, church records, and in those records, they are documenting 325 reported deaths. And that's not accounting for all of the children who went missing. There are additional children who the community members know went to school and were never heard of again, who do not appear in either the federal records or the church records. We know there are more even than the 325. The question then becomes, where are these children buried? Where on the grounds? And the core of the presentation will talk about that search within that locality. Next slide. The ground search involves a mix of historic and oral information that becomes the guiding principle. There's also often traditional ways of knowing. And then the part that I'm more familiar with are the Western science and technology approaches. And as you can see from the collage of slides, there's a mad jumble of different kinds of technologies that are deployed. Oh, it looks like the presentation didn't survive the process. Forgive the jumbled letters. The one that is the most well-known and popularly described in the press and in the literature, of course, is ground-penetrating radar. And you can see an example of a GPR cart in the upper right. There are a host of other methodologies that can be deployed. Some involve near-surface geophysics, such as gradiometry and electrical resistivity and conductivity. It also has increasingly started to involve investigations with herd dogs. These are specially trained dogs that can detect the scent of historic human remains, often hard tissue. And these dogs are very, very highly trained to detect specific scents that are coming from hard tissue to differentiate them from search and rescue dogs or cadaver dogs. And these dogs are very rare, and there are very few of them out there available for these investigations, so that they are being deployed as time and available resources permit. We also spend a great deal of time mapping sites because we need to have very precise representations of what the grounds look like now in order to georeference precisely what that current reality is in order to overlay accurately all of the geophysics and all of the historic imagery so that we can end up with a series of precisely overlaid layers of information. This involves a whole bunch of nerdy scientific and survey kind of equipment. Increasingly, there's also been interest in minimally invasive methods of exploration that involve soil probes, either to extract human adipocere tissue or to look for soil chemicals that are the decomposition products from graves. Next slide. Okay, we've seen this already, and you're already thinking, okay, well, this is a problem. If it's not just the school grounds, how expansive are these areas that need to be looked at? What are the various jurisdictions? Where are the permissions? How big an area what are the different surface conditions and soil conditions that all impact and impede upon the search methodologies. You can see the problem is growing. Randy, next slide. This contributes to this problem of information overload, where there is so much information coming in that it becomes chaotic. It's like a puzzle box that's all jumbled, and a good 2/3 of the puzzle pieces are missing. How do you make sense out of that jumble? This comes back to the critically important process of information management, project management, so that all of the players are all coordinated, so that there are conduits of information exchange between the various specialists and team leads and community support people and survivors and all of the people who are contributing to the puzzle box. Next slide. A very large part of this work involves trying to document what these landscapes look like now and what they looked like at various times in the past that date back into the operation of the schools. There's two examples here. One is St. Mary's in Kenora, and the other is an overlay of Mohawk Institute as it existed in 1945, with the information from that historic image overlaid on the modern topography. Next slide. Okay, now the Sacred Heart example is one that is, it went into hiatus about a year and a half ago when they ran out of money. So think of this as an enterprise in progress that came to a stop a year and a half from now. It's a Catholic, it began as a Catholic mission church, and shortly thereafter, a residential school was established. And in the little map, you can see the red circle representing the location of the church that burned down comparatively recently, probably about 20 years ago. The star represents the location of the residential school that was demolished in the 1930s. And as part of the mission church operating for well over a century, there is a very large community cemetery that you can see labeled in the larger polygon to the north. The question remains, where will be the burial place for the children who died at this school? Remember, we know there are at least now 325 children who died here. Where are they buried? Where in this expanse of land? And are they intermingled with the burials of the larger community, or were they segregated and separate from that larger community? How do we know? Next slide. We have some information. This is a photograph from very early in the investigation in the fall of 2022. And it represents the kickoff of investigations just before the snowfalls. And you can see from the expanse of crosses into the distance that the community cemetery has grown significantly over the century. And as those burials have expanded into new parts of the cemetery, increasingly they've been bumping into unmarked graves. The volunteer grave diggers have reported a number of circumstances where their excavation of a modern grave has intercepted an unmarked grave. Who are those individuals? And sometimes it's a single burial, sometimes it's multiple burials. In the fall of 2022, GPR work began in an area where several closely spaced unmarked graves were reported about 10 years before. In the winter of 2022, the record search began. And then in the summer of 2023, a much more systematic and expansive GPR survey and surface inspection and GIS mapping and historic mapping was undertaken. In the fall of 2023, literally just before the snow started to fly, the GPR crew discovered human remains on the surface. And these small fragments of human bone from subadults were discovered displaced in the back dirt from a gopher. This is the open prairies. This ground is riddled with burrowing rodents. And of course, the rodents have been digging into the earth and intercepting these shallow graves and displacing small bone fragments to the surface. So we know there are a number of small children who are buried in the unmarked graves in this area. Are they the children from the residential school? Probably. Are they? How expansive is this cemetery? How much of it is intercepted by the modern grave operations? More questions to try and sort out. Next slide. A very large part of my efforts on the project has involved going through the existing written records, the photographic records, the mapping that's contemporary and historic, and trying to develop a timeline of how this cultural geography developed and transformed over the 30 or 40-year life of this school. And these are working from very incomplete records. There's lots of gaps in the time sequence. But when you look at some of these images, ground images, we can see a bunch of very interesting things. The focal point of the photograph might be the people posing for the picture, but there's a lot of information in the background around the margins. I draw your attention to the three figures standing in the lower left photograph, and you'll notice a picket fenced enclosure immediately behind them. This is an enclosure immediately to the east of the Mission Church. Kind of looks like a churchyard cemetery to me. There's no record of a churchyard cemetery. There's no memory of a churchyard cemetery in that location, but it sure looks like it. The next slide. Another line of information that I pursued was the historic air photos and maps that are available. This is an example of a 1946 air photo that I acquired from the National Air Photo Library. And it was taken about 13 years after the school was closed, and it's from a fairly high elevation, and it's not particularly high resolution, but when you zoom in and you zoom in and you zoom in, you can see a bunch of cultural features. We can see the rectory still standing. We can see the remnants of the farmyard. We can see the foundations of the now demolished residential school. We can still see the standing church, Mission Church, that you saw in the ground photographs. But I point your attention to the two yellow question marks, two grayish rectangles, one immediately east of the church that coincides with that picket fence area, and another much larger rectangle that is darker brown, darker gray, with a standing tree with a shadow immediately to the left of the question mark. This is bounded by fence lines, and it also coincides with the area where the unmarked graves have been accidentally intercepted. We're starting to see a few threads that are starting to line up. It's not confirmation, but it's an interesting trail that requires further investigation. In the sum of probabilities, these become high candidate areas, high priority areas. Next slide. The investigations have been proceeding slowly and up until a year and a half, at which point they had to stop. I draw your attention to the two red rectangles that you can see in the 2023 illustration. And these are referring back to the land back kinds of commentary that you heard from Kim Murray on the first morning, where many of these schools and churches are established on reserved lands. And land was severed out and turned over to the churches for these purposes. And we see a remnant of those land severances still persisting in the land registry. These are rectangles identifying parcels that have been severed from the reserve that, for all I can tell, still belong to the Catholic Church. I'm sure the Catholic Church doesn't know it, but this is part of that land back thing. We can see that the lower rectangle coincides quite closely to the location of the church. And immediately to the east is my best guess of that possible churchyard cemetery. The area immediately to the north of the residential school that you see two small red stars within is my best guess of the location of that second possible cemetery zone. And the two red stars represent known interceptions of unmarked graves. It kind of holds together. We can see that these cemeteries are either integrated within the school grounds or are immediately adjacent to the school grounds. Next slide. So the investigations have focused on those high priority areas. And the photographs that you see on the left represent various efforts using the ground penetrating radar instrument to try and detect unmarked graves within these, within the area. Remember me mentioning the shadow of a tree in the 1946 image. In the upper photograph in the center, you can see the dead tree that was casting the shadow 70 years earlier. These landmarks become very important once we know they're important. All of these bits and pieces of information all have to be tied together. The A that you see in the illustrations mark the location of where the GPR crews recovered human remains from the gopher hole, while B, the circle labeled B, marks the marker where the gravedigger intercepted the bodies of perhaps 3 or 4 individuals, some adult individuals that have been wrapped in shrouds and very shallowly buried within this locality. They're in very close proximity. He described these burials as being very, very closely spaced. We don't know whether they're very, very closely spaced individual grave shafts or whether they represent a common grave pit. I really can't judge because I have not seen any subsurface exposures. I haven't seen the sediments. In the process of recovering those human skeletal materials, the GPR crew also recovered a whole series of square-cut nails. And these are quite diagnostic to the time period of interest. They date to the late 1800s into perhaps the very early 1900s. They are consistent with the operation of the school. I have followed up a little bit by systematically screening the back dirt from several other gopher holes in this area and found more nails, a few scraps of cloth, and one more human bone from the spoil pile, from the gophers digging. These graves are very vulnerable. They're very close to the surface because of the nature of the subsoil. The subsoil is iron-hard clay till, which is virtually impossible to dig with pickaxe. Remember, the people digging the graves for these children are other children. And as a consequence, the graves are quite shallow. They are shroud wrapped and incredibly vulnerable to disturbance from the rodents. Next slide. This is an example of kind of a composite plot, hodgepodge plot of the information that we have for that tree cemetery area to the north of the school grounds. The blue lines represent my best guess of the former fence lines defining that gray rectangle in the 1946 image. You can see the modern grave shafts close by and surrounding the tree. The red square defines a protective fence that was built around the primary area early on in the investigation that were thought to coincide with the grave discoveries by the grave diggers. And you'll see various locations annotated that represent additional information that we have accumulated as part of the ongoing investigations. Next slide.
Before we actually talk about what's next, generally,
Okay.
I would like to ask you about the unique situation of the Sacred Heart investigation and how the accessibility to church records and the embeddability of the church in this situation may have facilitated some of the work that's been done.
Yeah. Leah Redcrow, the lead of that investigation, has been very successful in gaining the cooperation of the local Catholic Church authorities to get access to the church records. This has allowed her to go through those records and identify named children that fit into the local knowledge of kids who didn't come home, as well as kids who were otherwise unknown, and to document when they died and then compare those back to the records of enrollments to get a sense of, yep, these are the kids we're looking for. Without that collaboration and cooperation and that sharing of church records, we would still be working with the 27 number that comes from the NTCR. This would have a very significant bearing on how we undertook the search. Now, there are other leads that have come from the community of places that require investigation. And those places are going to be part of any future work where new methodologies will be applied to expand the search beyond these two priority areas to the other priority areas that have been identified through local testimony.
Thank you.
So what next? The two images kind of serve to give you a sense of the magnitude of the problem. In the lower slide, you can see a magnetic radiometer survey ongoing. All of these methodologies generate a mass of technical data. Imagine a room about half the size of this room, about 10 meters by 10 meters. Best practice for GPR survey is a survey transect that is spaced about 25 centimeters apart, that runs north-south at 25 centimeter spacing, and then turn 90 degrees and 25 centimeter spacing going east-west. This 10 meter by 10 meter area, only 100 square meters, generates about 900 meters of data that has to be analyzed. Now magnify that over the hundreds of acres that each school might represent, and one's head explodes when you start thinking about the amount of time and expertise to process and analyze that information, but also think in terms of the archiving and curation and storage of that data in perpetuity. These are massive, massive undertakings. And now, in a time of fiscal uncertainty, we have a number of searches across the country that have initiated. Training of local capacity has been undertaken. External helpers have been found. The process has started. And now what? Where do we go from here? The records are partially collected and analyzed. The interviews are partially collected and analyzed. Ground searches are pretty much all in hiatus. And we're now in the situation where we're engaged in a kind of information triage. We have a whole bunch of data that we have to preserve with very little in the way of resources, no clear path about how to database this information in ways that will secure and ensure Indigenous control. What databases do we use? What databases are appropriate for this range of different kinds of materials? Much of this information is going to be electronic and is processed using very specialized proprietary software that may not be usable 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 50 years from now. How do we store this data in formats that are going to be accessible into the future? There's also a very significant loss of trust in Canada's commitment to the reconciliation promise. And that deeply confounds the search. And of course, all of us who are involved are confronting the disappointment of the survivors. Many of the people in this room who were animated to tell their stories, to share that pain in the hope of finding the lost children's fate, then we have to stare them in the face and say, we're not likely going to be able to do this, not because there's a loss of will on our part. We simply don't have the resources and tools to continue this kind of work. And I think I've done all the ranting I can do.
Certainly not ranting. Thank you, Scott. I would also just point the judges to your glossary, which will explain some of the terms and just might be helpful to reference in further deliberations. That's Exhibit 5 in Scott's anticipated evidence package. I think now would be a good time to take a 15-minute break. We could come back at 10:50.
Well, calling the session back to order. So we'll continue with the expert panel with Laura Arndt and Dr. Scott Hamilton, led by Sarah Glickman. I hope everyone had a chance to refresh on the break, and rest assured we will have our vendor available and another break. This session will continue until our lunch. Sure.
Thank you. And I just wanted to introduce Brianna Rowe. She's another staff lawyer at Aboriginal Legal Services and part of the prosecutorial team. She's sitting at our table for the rest of the session. Thank you, Scott, for the thorough review of the ground search. I think it'll help us understand some of the next points we're going to discuss. And we will get into the funding issues in more detail that you highlighted. So Laura, now that we have that general understanding, can you tell us a bit about the ground search work that has been done by the Secretariat and with respect to the burials associated with the Mohawk Institute?
I can. I'd like to start with how we formed. So our ground search team is led by Eric Patterson, who is also in the room. Eric and Micah are part of our commitment to building community capacity. And so when we started the work of the Survivor Secretariat and the plan to conduct ground search, we made a commitment that the ground search team would be comprised of intergenerational survivors and intergenerational youth specifically. So we worked through the NIB Trust to secure funding for a 1-year pilot to hire 10 young people to be part of our ground search team. In addition to hiring Eric, we hired young people who were either in school, in what I call school transition, where school hadn't been successful for them yet. And we were hoping that through this work, they might find success as a goal through education. So with the funding, we hired these 10 young people who would conduct the ground search at the Mohawk Institute. Our first year was really driven by GPR. And we made a lot of mistakes the first year. And there's a saying I say to young people, is if you're going to fail, do it gloriously. And you do it running into a brick wall if you have to. But we learn from mistakes. And part of what we learned, because we're not archaeologists and we're not geophysicists, was that things as simple as your cell phone could interfere with the signal of the GPR technology. If there were other radio signals in the area, it could affect the quality of our data. And we saw that. It wasn't great. But the year was a huge success because I think from the Secretariat perspective, our focus is process, not outcomes. You have to walk in good medicine. And then what comes from it is that you are reintroducing concepts and processes associated with our community and our nation that I think foundationally start to anchor young people. And so what we did is we had 10 young people. We had a board of survivors who every week came and sat with the young people, talked about their lived experience at the Mohawk Institute. We had a human rights monitor, Dr. Beverly Jacobs, who would sit with the young people and talk about human rights, talk about Indigenous rights worldview. We provided cultural training so that the young people who were working on the team went to Tom Porter's wampum education sessions. So they were doing work, but the process of the work was that anchoring the importance of who they were as Indigenous people. And in addition to that, we had a wonderful wellness team, 2 who are here today. They didn't start with us. Shelley did. Shelley Clark started with us, and then Misty Ladd joined us, and they wrapped everything in wellness because you can't be working with young people talking about this kind of legacy and history without being very focused on the impact of trauma and legacy and the linkages. And for many, what we learned is young people didn't know how to talk to the survivors because you don't want to ask questions that are going to hurt somebody's heart. And so the survivors kind of came in and said, so what do you want to know? And when the kids wouldn't tell them what they wanted to know, the survivors just told them the truth. And then as they talked more, the questions came forward, which spoke to the importance of relationship and reciprocity in the work, which are teachings. And then you had this wellness model that was wrapped around the team and in the work that we did, so that when a wellness person came and saw you, you didn't think you were being therapized. You didn't think there was something wrong with you because you were overwhelmed with emotion. The work is hard. The spirits are very strong, especially when you're working in an area where you're searching. And so we brought a combination of Western and Indigenous methodologies because not everybody wants to embrace traditional ways. And part of that is the legacy. But if they're comfortable in the Western ways, you go with the seed that's been planted. And then what we do is we nurture in some of the traditional ways by just embedding it. And then it helps bring people along. So we had this ground search team. They worked the grounds. We did GPR. At the end of our first year, we brought everybody in. We brought the municipality, we brought the province, we brought the First Nations leadership, because what we wanted to do is talk about the work we were doing so people knew what was going on. And at that initial conversation, we had already been working with Dr. Hamilton. Western University came in. And Western University anthropology and archaeology team came in, and they were lovely. I think Ed Esta came in and Dr. Nelson came in, and they said, hey, if you want to work with us, we would love to help. We can maybe help train and provide education. And since that 4 years ago, Western now works with us around training for the young people. They come in and we've done, we've refined training on data analysis. We've refined training on the use of softwares and technologies that support analysis, new technologies. And, Eric, who leads the team when we're in the down season, because you can't do ground search in the winter, is often at Western taking new training. And for me, the ground search is critically important. Equally important is that we need our communities to be part of the work. And they did the damage to our children. We need to do the healing to our children. And so in bringing young people into the work, we provide, and I won't say safe because my friend Tabitha Curley taught me that term does not work. We create brave spaces to take risk, brave spaces to think outside what you know and ask questions, but also to build relationship and reciprocity through institutions who have not been good for us. It has made us distrustful. We don't sign memorandums of agreements with universities because we want to steward all of our own data. So we do the ground search. We've collected massive amounts of data. And thanks to Leeview Georgescu and Ashley Montour, we are working very hard to keep that data in Six Nations. If you're going to steward it, you need to keep it within the confines of our nationhood. And so we're working with an Indigenous IT company in Six Nations to keep the data with us. And then working to figure out how to do more effective analysis. We're not a Dr. Scott Hamilton and we're not an Ed Esta, but we are a community that knows it took us 140 plus years of having an institution in our community to get to a point where we could start healing. We're prepared to take the time until we build the capacity to be able to do the work that's needed. So the ground search has been going on for 4 years. This year, we're not doing a ground search team. We've hired one person in-house to be part of data analysis and data research. It's been a difficult last couple of years around ground search because it's an internal process. It is community-driven, and getting the resources to fund ground search has been hard for us. And we've had a lot of hiccups along the way with disturbances at the site, findings. We don't talk about findings at our site because it just draws spectacle, and we don't want that. We have worked with survivors at gatherings, and through the gathering process and conversations with survivors from 60 First Nations, because Mohawk Institute is on Six Nations land, but we have to date noted 60 First Nations, including James Bay and Hudson's Bay, and that's a tremendously large geography of communities that had their children taken and brought to the Mohawk Institute. So when we talk about critical issues, we use gatherings in some ways as a way to bring people from those 60 communities together. And we use that to talk about ground search. And we cover the travel so that there isn't hardship. When we have the funding and the resources, we cover the travel, accommodations, and meals so survivors can be part of the gathering. When we spoke about ground search, it was pretty well by consensus that survivors wanted commemoration in place. You don't need to dig up ancestors. It's nobody's spectacle. We want the lives of children to be honored. We know that currently the technology is not going to give us the answers around who we send ancestral remains back to. We've talked about ceremony and conducting ceremonies at the site so that different nations can come and do ceremonies for the children of their community. That doesn't have to be just the children that didn't return, but for all the children taken. And then most importantly, what we've been doing through our ground search work has really been trying to create a master database so that when the technology catches up, that we have data and we can do a better job at the analysis that's needed. The big fear, as always, it's kind of like that move from VHF to DVD to CDs. It's whether the technologies we're using today and what data we have today will be convertible for when new technologies come out. So we continue to keep our eye on where the field is going around the technologies. And so we've taken a bit of a different approach than some communities. And there's 165 communities across this country that are doing this work. We've taken a process-driven approach. So that we do a process that honors the children. We do a process that ensures the survivors are involved at all stages of the work. We do a process that wherever we can, we engage communities. That's why we use social media. We have a website because we don't have the money to go to 60 First Nations across Canada. But if we put information on our website, it's always there for them when we're doing our work. And I think part of the process is you bring the community along with you. And so we have worked very hard to ensure that young people in our community and members of our community, because not all of us are young anymore, but we bring them in, we invest in them. And you can't underestimate, this is the worst kind of mentoring and coaching to do. But it's a mentoring and coaching we're doing for ourselves with our community, and our young people are sitting proudly as they see survivors being so strong and self-determining, and that we will do this work, that they're strong and self-determining when I call it returning the gaze. They talk to people, they do presentations, they do media, they know what's happened, they know the history, and they know why they're part of the work. And it's some of the most difficult ceremony because we, as Indigenous people in doing ground search, we're very cognizant of how strong the spirits are and that those spirits sometimes attach themselves to you and how important our ceremonies are to helping address that. But we're creating ceremonies. As nations across this country, this work is creating ceremony. We have never had to deal with mass deaths of children. We have not had to deal with mass impacts of extermination through policy and law. And so as we do this work, I sit here with 10 bundles today. That's new ceremony. When young people come here, some of them can speak more effectively to ground search than they can speak to their cultural practices and ceremonies. It's not the way it should be. We shouldn't be immersing children in the ceremonies of death, dying, and, bringing them home. We should be embracing them with the ceremonies of the strength of their communities, their culture. But we started here. It doesn't mean that the process doesn't get them there, but we start by engaging them through new ceremonies and ceremonies that they're part of creating. And then they work with the survivors so that they're able to balance it when the bad days come and when the emotion's bad. Because I don't know how many times on the ground we've had to shut down for the day because the energy is so emotional. Unless you have felt it, I've gone into places where the spirits are very heavy and you feel it on your shoulders and it wakens all of the pain that you carry. And you shouldn't be doing things in those spaces. You stop. You stop and you wait until everybody is back to a balance and you restart again. And when you stop, you take time to wrap people in love and care of community. And you let them cry. You let them rage. Because part of our legacy, as you heard yesterday, is you feel nothing. When you've been raised to feel nothing, and that's what the environment is that you're raised in, emotion is shame. And so through Ground Search, it isn't just looking for the children, it's reconnecting to the normal process of emotion. And that it's okay to feel, it's okay to rage. And there are days where I rage and I'm not proud of myself. But I'm okay with that because it feels like that's what you need to do. Some days the responses can't be proportional because what you're experiencing isn't proportional, just like Ground Search. And so our approach is a little different from other communities, but our Ground Search work is wrapped in culture, wrapped in community, and wrapped in the importance of, as we do this work, we remember that those children deserve to be remembered and their names need to be spoken. And we combine Ground Search with our archival research to ensure that we have the best information possible. And one more point, part of our Ground Search work isn't just using the technologies. We've collected 37,000 documents. We have historic images, aerial images, handwritten maps, and we've been able to recreate landscape over 140 years. So it's not the best time lapse, but it is time lapse. So we can show you what it was like. The building burned down, the second burned down, a relocation. We can tell you the story of the grounds. And that's the important thing, is what the records do is they allow us to listen to what needs to be listened to. The images, the roll books, the expenditures associated with building and renovation, because when you can look at how much money was spent to rebuild and how little was spent on food, you start to get a concept of where the priorities were. But I think the most important part about linking records and the Ground Search is that you get a richer narrative of life for a child. And the records actually allow us to put a name to each child where we can. And what the Ground Search does is it allows us to know what are those sacred spaces that need to be commemorated for time immemorial, because those are burial sites of crime. And so we're trying to balance the two through Ground Search, but a Ground Search initiative that's created and run and directed by young people, because they are the knowledge carriers. They're the knowledge carriers when we won't be here. They'll have done the work, they'll know the history, and they'll be able to continue it forward.
Thank you. I think you covered a lot of ground, and I'd like to go back and kind of expand on some of the matters you spoke on. The first being Indigenous data sovereignty and data governance. Can you explain what those principles mean?
So I have notes. So
Absolutely.
The
Please.
joy of being a researcher is you always have your scripts, your little Bible books in front of you. So I want to start from one of the most respected forms of data sovereignty and self-determination perspectives, and that's OCAP training by the First Nations Information Governance Center. The First Nations Information Governance Center has set one of the most respected training modules globally around data control, First Nations control of data, ensuring that we own it, we control it, we have possession of it. And so I start there, and it's a good tool. It's nation-based, and the focus around OCAP really has been around, for me, it's self-determination. You have to be able to control all the elements of records and documents associated with your nation, your people, your existence. For me, it's kind of shifted as the landscape has also shifted over the last 20 years. You can tell this is one of my favorite areas to talk about. Over the last 20 years or so, we've seen the creation of FAIR principles around global data control, and then we have CARE principles around control, and it's really reflective of Indigenous collective benefit around data control. And so in the CARE principles, which are Indigenous specific, we're talking about collective benefit. We're talking about authority to control data. We talk about responsibility, and we talk about ethics. I think the beauty of the CARE principles is that they aren't Canada driven, they're global driven. Australia played a role, the US has played a role, Canada also, but it really starts taking on, for me, core elements of UNDRIP around self-determination for the first point. And so for me, when you then move into data governance and data sovereignty, we should be the stewards of our history. Our history is the records. Our history is the documents. It is sovereignty over Western versions of the history that's been reported about us. Because if it's about us, it should be in our voices. It should be in our narratives. And so when I talk about data sovereignty, sovereignty is bigger than just nation-based. I think that Indigenous data sovereignty is about the fact that we have the right to be self-determined about what is said about us and by whom. And part of the problem in Canada has been Indigenous data sovereignty has been absent, largely while we've been framed in a deficit frame. We're often framed as not being very well educated, not prone to be successful in education, images of us as drunks, drug addicts, violent. These notions are what Western research has framed us in. And so when we talk about data sovereignty, we're not deficit-based. In data sovereignty, we control the narrative and we can reflect the narrative as we know it. And I think that becomes critically important, especially in this work, because our biggest barrier in the work has been access to records and documents. And if it's about us, why isn't it in our control? And if it's about us, why is it that it hasn't been made publicly available? Which I want to speak to just very quickly, because in June of 2024, June, September, that window, Canada announced they had found an additional 24 million documents. And you heard the Prime Minister talk about we've given everything over. They hadn't. From 12 other federal departments, they found 24.1 million documents. That's 2024. In 2026 or 2025, that number grew to 27.1 million documents held by Canada. Initially, Canada put in place an Indigenous body to help frame how the records were going to be reviewed and made available. So there was a budget that was initially assigned. The committee was led by Cadmus Delorme. And 2 years in, they'd only had 2 meetings and their funding was cut. So 27 million documents with nobody looking at them, as we sit in the background saying, if there's 27 million and Six Nations Mohawk Institute took 10% of all children nationally into that school, a minimum of 10% of those records are associated with Mohawk Institute. And we can't get our hands on them. And that's why we always put caveats on. We've identified 105 to date, 6,200 to date for children that were registered, 1,200 to date for people who were involved in the operation of the school. Data sovereignty says we should ask for those records and they should be handed over. Instead, I have to pursue court orders, ATIP requests, and when I get documents, they're so heavily redacted. And I don't mean to speak from the eye, because it's Micah who's looking at those heavily redacted documents. And even when we were preparing documents for here, it was so difficult to give you information because we have some versions of a document that are fully unredacted. And you see the narrative, and then we have another version of the same document that's fully been redacted. And it's because the record from Canada pretty well has been wiped clean. And some of the documents, it says, on this day, everything down is redacted. And then it says, thank you very much for writing. And this is the kind of process we deal with constantly. And we've only had access to about 37,000 documents so far. And if we're looking at a couple of more million documents coming in, we got a lot of work ahead of us. But the fact is, why should we have to, and I do feel like I'm begging for something that is ours. And data sovereignty and data governance is, sovereignty says it is mine, please give it to me. And that's what Six Nations is saying. And then governance is, I can protect these records better than you can. And the Survivor Secretariat can, because we've created a database using Indigenous data sovereignty and data governance that is at higher standards than Canada's. We use the EU standards for data security because they're better. We have created and worked to create a database that meets EU standards, created by an Indigenous technology company called Anamiki. And we have worked to create a web-based repository that when the day comes that we can give community access, there's a portal. And communities and families can access it. This year, we're working to create within that portal a culture-based look and feel. So if you are Cree, if you are Ojibwe, if you're Mohawk, if you're Oneida, when you go into your family's name, if it's part of that repository, the entranceway is culturally wrapped in images of the nationhood, because we don't want to talk about data. What we want to talk about is a memory project. 6,200 children. We want to be able to name them and have their names spoken back into their community. 6,200 children whose families can now have a grieving process if those children can come home. 6,200 children whose families who didn't know what happened to them will now know. And 6,200 children who moved from legacy to history. And from those 6,200 children is 60 First Nations in this country that can begin their healing, because they know answers and they can begin to do what they need to do to bring them back home and into community. And governance and sovereignty of data is governance and sovereignty of memory. And when you're an oral society, as many of our nations are, you need to be able to speak into the future. You need to speak into your children. You need to develop the stories that reflect what the history was. Because the truth is the truth of history now, because we don't have sovereignty and we don't have governance, it's not our words. The history is that my mother, my grandmother, and my great-grandmother, I have 3 generations of women in my family who went to the mush hole. And my mother had 2 sisters, one who came out permanently brain damaged. If she was any older, it would have been an acquired brain injury, but because it was in childhood, it's a developmental disability, and forced sterilization. Another sister who was one of murdered and missing, who then is one of only 2 found alive 58 years after. 2 sisters who didn't see each other for 58 years. That is our legacy. And that legacy is wrapped in non-Indigenous history. It's because my mom couldn't get the police to do an investigation. You know why? Because she was probably out drinking. You know, Indians, they go out, they drink, they have a good time. So the police wouldn't investigate. My aunt, who's sick, was left without proper medical care because she was an Indian. And so all of these are the truths of our history. We're not alcoholics. We're not, I'm saying that with a caveat. We're not all these things in the absence of legacy. The legacy that's been put onto people who survived this experience of the residential school system is women who lived in abusive relationships because they would do whatever they had to do to be protected, which is my mother. My mother married a non-Indigenous man. We moved a lot so that the Children's Aid Society couldn't take us as kids. She lived in an abusive relationship because it was safer than the possibility of her kids being taken. So women make choices of survival, not based on their ability to be loved and embraced by their community. Those are stories of our history. Other stories of our history, and just tell me when to stop. Sovereignty and governance means we get to do the counter narrative. Why, when the Gladue principles were introduced, the goal, these principles in our Canadian Criminal Code, was to reduce the amount of incarceration for Indigenous people. Since the Gladue principles were incorporated, the rates of incarceration for Indigenous men and women are through the roof. They're now closer to 50%. 50% of our people. Child welfare. The highest representation of children in the child welfare system in this country are Indigenous children. You want to take a look at our graduation rates? Not so great. I've worked in First Nations communities in the North, flying communities, remote communities. You're lucky if they see 3 kids graduate from high school. That's a Western legacy because we have so been indoctrinated into the violence of education that the option of something other existing doesn't happen. And when we bring sovereignty and governance back into the control of our people, we control the narrative. Our children don't see us as deficit-based. They don't see us as bad people. What they see us as is the children of survivors.
Thank you, Laura. I am going to bring us to a new topic. And again, there are exhibits and appendices to your report that we won't be able to cover. You talked about centering survivors at the center of the work that the Secretariat does. So I did just want to point the judges to Appendix 5 to Exhibit 2, which is a recorded discussion between Dr. Scott Hamilton and survivor Roberta Hill, who you heard from yesterday, explaining ground search principles. And it's just a way of understanding like how those conversations come about and how that information is disseminated. And I don't mean to speak on your behalf, Laura, but just to understand how they're bringing survivors into every aspect of the work and just communicating that information.
Can I say one thing about that? Sure. Sorry. The one thing I would like to say about that is Dr. Scott Hamilton learned a new way of having conversations about very complex subject matter, having to sit with survivors and how to speak in plain speak. Because in that chat, Roberta goes, hold on. So you're telling me GPRs don't like find graves and bones and bodies in the ground? Because for 2 years of our work, that's what she thought GPR did. And so her and Scott, the reason we've included this is it really drives home the point. You have to speak differently. You have to contextualize differently, and you have to be able to engage at the listener's understanding so that they can stay in the loop with you. And that's why process is so important. You can't bring a community along if you don't work in a way that the community voice and narrative and understanding isn't central to you the way you do your work.
Thank you. That's important context. You had also mentioned some of the advocacy work that the Secretariat does. And again, I wanted to point the judges to Appendix 7 to Exhibit 2, which is Bud Whiteye's lived experience that's been memorialized, A Dark Legacy, a primer on Indian residential schools in Canada. And Bud Whiteye has passed, and this is his legacy of his experience at Indian residential schools. So that's a big piece of what the Secretariat does as well. Again, unable to cover that fully in the scope of this panel, but I did want to point you there. So I think a topic we've kind of been talking around that I would just like to get into directly is the funding challenges. And I know you both have a lot to say on that. So maybe it would be good to start with kind of like the history of the funding challenges that you've experienced, the Secretariat has experienced, and then where we are today.
So in our first 3 years of funding, the original request that was submitted by the then Secretariat lead was a request for about $24 million for 3 years to conduct the work. That request was then scaled down to about 10.5 million, and Canada funded just over 10.2 million over 3 years. For the first 3 years, that funding allowed us to get off the ground. We had to hire staff. We had to develop a ground search team. We had to think seriously about what are we going to do to support ground search work, which was the building of a database, archival research. And so for 3 years, we really ramped up to be effective in what we were doing. We moved forward on an agreement with No History. At one point, we had about 17 researchers from No History working with us to access the 37,000 documents. We started an initial agreement with Anna Mickey. They met with the survivors, and we have a board of directors and at that time a survivor advisory to talk about if you had a place to put everything, what would you want it to do? And so we spoke that way around building a database. We conducted, because of our commitment to both commemoration and memorialization, we conducted a number of gatherings. Now, when the first year and a half of our work was during COVID, so pretty well everything we were doing was online. And then once we came back into Six Nations to do the work, we hosted gatherings at Six Nations, and then we moved a lot of our gatherings to Thunder Bay, Ontario, because so many of the communities that the children were taken from were northern fly-in communities. And there was enough anxiety still about COVID that you want to keep people out of high traffic zones and exposure, especially because so many of the survivors are elderly. And then we hosted gatherings. We've been working to create a memorial park so that survivors have a place to go to and families have a place to go to. So those first 3 years of funding, we got off the ground. And then 2024, 2025 came about, and we put in our application for 3 years because that was the funding framework. And we heard nothing, like for months, no correspondence from Canada. We would ask, when's the decision coming? When's the decision coming? And then we had a gathering in Thunder Bay in August of 2024. And during that gathering, just before the gathering, I got a phone call from the Deputy Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations. I won't say their name. But I got a phone call saying there was going to be a change in the format and the ceiling was going to be $500,000. And there would be no 3-year funding. It would be a 1-year window for funding. And they had cut funding for what was called invasive archaeology. And they were cutting the funding to bring survivors together through commemoration events. And I was one of 2 agencies that was given a personal call by the Deputy Minister. And I don't even know how to express oh my God, how am I going to tell them? How am I going to tell the survivors that our funding has just gone from about $3.5 million a year to $500,000? So we did what we do well. We piled everybody onto a bus and we went to Ottawa. And we tried to bring attention to the issue. And we had a meeting with the Deputy Minister. And in the midst of all of this, meeting with the Deputy Minister and me getting the phone call, there was a meeting, online meeting for 30 minutes, hosted on the last day of our gathering in Thunder Bay. It was sent to every organization doing this work in the country. And in that meeting, every First Nation was informed that the funding is cutting to 300 or to $500,000. The other thing that there was conversation about was that you had to be, the focus was going to be on lead communities. So if you had an Indian residential school in your community, the focus for funding was really going to be there, but you had flexibility. You could use your $500,000 for both your ground search efforts, as long as it wasn't invasive, and for some research work. But for anybody doing this work in the country, $100,000 for research will get you nowhere. And if you're working with survivors and you're doing a gathering, no matter where you are in this country, if you bring 100 plus people together, it's going to cost you in the ballpark of $400,000. So the relationship of the funding to what the need was just wasn't there. And so 30 minutes, 20 minutes of it was committed to them putting out the message in English. Then there was about 5 minutes for French, and all of our mics were turned off. None of us was allowed to speak. In the last 2-3 minutes, they took a couple of questions, and that was the end of it. And so communities were devastated. Everybody went home. But the thing that was interesting is that when they sent the invitation for us to be part of this telephone conversation, normally everything that comes out of Canada is BCC, so you can't see who got it. We saw everybody who got it. So we got a master distribution list of 350 people, including every organization across the country who was doing this work. So we shifted gears, and we had a couple of meetings with the Minister Anand Desangari, about the funding and the issues immediately after. We did get a phone call on a Friday afternoon from the minister's office saying, "Congratulations, you just got your $3 million." And so, when you talk about the legacy, my legacy is never trust a politician. And so the first question I asked was, does that mean you've raised the ceiling on the funding overall for everybody so that everybody has an opportunity? They said, no, the ceiling is still 42 million, but you'll get 3 million off the top. And I was like, you've just set us up. If I take that 3 million, I've just robbed 5 communities of potential funding, and we're not going to be a scapegoat for the provincial government. So I talked to my board, and I just think of, board members with their arms crossed and say, no, that's not fair. We're not doing that. So we basically said, we're not taking the funding. You need to elevate the funding, make it sustainable, and ensure communities have an equitable access to resources, because you can't keep pitting us against each other for your own outcomes. So we had one more gathering planned, and it was really going to be focused on some of the technology and resource things that we wanted to look at, but we shifted it to funding cuts. And so we opened it up nationally. We sent it to all of the people on that 350 list who were communities, and said, we have up to 150 spots. If you would like to join us, we're going to write a report from what you share. We're going to take it to Ottawa on September 30th, and we're going to do a press conference. So we did the gathering. You have a copy of the report. We sent the report to Ottawa. We did a press conference at the National Press Gallery on September 30th. So when we should be talking about the importance of reconciliation and survival, we were talking about the fact that our funding has essentially been cut.
And
The story doesn't end there.
I'll just note that that's Exhibit 7, if the judges want to refer to it.
The story doesn't end there, because this is the funding year where we still weren't getting answers to when we were going to get funding. So we went all the way through the fall into January, which is the fourth quarter. On January 23rd, 26th, I got a letter in the middle of the night. I think it was like 11:59 or 1 o'clock in the morning from Canada telling us we were getting zero funding for the 24-25 fiscal year, because by their accounts, we had a surplus of more than $3 million. which was not true. So we spent an entire year with no federal funding trying to get Canada to explain why we didn't get funding and where they saw these surpluses. In the summer, fall, like August, September of 2025, Canada finally acknowledged there was nothing wrong with our funding. All of our audits were in line and there was no issues with us having surplus. So I said, okay, give us our funding. They said the window has closed for funding for 24-25. You get $0. At that point, we had laid off half of our staff. We were barely keeping the lights on. If not for some funding that we had from Ontario, we would have been insolvent. And it's not that there weren't organizations out there helping us. We had the Law Foundation of Ontario working with us on an investigative software to help us do our work. We had Ontario giving us funding for some of their work. We had put applications in to both the Anglican and Roman dioceses for funding for researchers. But those things take time. But by the time Canada told us we were getting nothing, but wished us well in our upcoming application. And so we couldn't get a meeting. Nobody would return our calls. And if you want it, I have a long Excel document and the amount of communications we did with Canada to try and get the funding put back in place for us. And we couldn't. And then we put our application in for the current fiscal year, which is 25-26, which ended April 1st, 2026. We received our funding for Canada for last year on April 2nd of this year, the new fiscal period. And then when we say, like, can we realign some of this money? And they said, well, you said you were going to do all these things. Why haven't you done them? And it's like, well, if I don't have any money, how can I do anything? We've been sit and locked in research paralysis, ground search paralysis, commemoration paralysis. For a year, I had one researcher. That was Micah. And if not for a little bit of pro bono that we were getting from No History, our whole research work would have shut down completely. Our ground search team, led by Eric, we had to reevaluate. We almost didn't even run the ground search program. In 2 weeks, this young man got a ground search team up and on the road when we got funding from Ontario. We couldn't pay salaries. I put my life savings into that account, into the office twice because of funding shortfalls. I took a year of no salary and then almost another year with no salary because no funding. But you have to pay people who have to have a roof over their head. I'm lucky, I'm old. My kids are grown, so I don't have to worry about all of those additional expenses. But please don't think it wasn't a hardship for me not to work. I took on part-time work so that I could keep my bills alive. But Canada refused to give us our funding. They refused to answer questions, and we weren't the only entity in this process that was going through this. But they never came, they never met, and they never talked to survivors. So every time the bad news came down, I had to go sit with them, and I had to tell them that we got $0. I had to sit down with them and tell them, I don't know if we're going to be here in 3 months' time. And that's the difference between this being a job and being what it is, because this is my family's legacy. You can't walk away from this kind of activity. But Canada has gone out of its way to make the funding process. They change so hard. Like from the time we initially replied till the second time we put in our application, they changed the guidelines twice and didn't inform us they changed the guidelines. Then when we put in our most recent applications, guidelines changed again. And then we don't get our reporting templates because I'm responsible to provide reporting on how I've spent the money. How can I provide the needed reporting if I haven't got the templates? And when this stuff happens, they use the media. And when we had done an interview where we talked about the funding cuts and the decision, Canada's response was they have a surplus. And so it sets us up to look like, one, we can't manage the funding we've been given, or two, we're not being honest about what's being reported. And it feeds into that deficit denialist frame of the fact that, why are we funding them? We're the oldest running Indian residential school in the country, 140 years long. We are in Ontario, based on the most recent statistics Canada's produced. I think we're the highest funded entity in the province of Ontario. We've done our audits, we've done our reviews, but we still deal with the legacy of racism and stereotypes. And when Canada doesn't give us funding, you don't think we don't see it in the denialist claims that are telling us, see, we told you, no bodies. They haven't shown up a body, but they're abusing the funding we've given them. And so Canada doesn't say they're denialists, but when you cut funding to organizations like ours who are credible, and I think what we've been able to produce in 4 years is a monstrous amount of evidence, reporting, and information. But all people see is we got our funding cut, which means we're not credible. We didn't do the work. There's nothing to be found. And that's Canada planting seeds. Whether they're aware of it or not, they're planting seeds that denialists then nurture by saying that we're taking Canada's money, hard taxpayers' money. And it's not true. It's not true. But, part of my work is, I know the history, and I know that, there's a funding and a relationship with Canada that's never been balanced. But I have to beg the people who are part of creating the laws, the oldest piece of race-based legislation in the country, in the world, still is the Indian Act. They created the act, and I say this every time I speak publicly, I have less rights in this country than a citizen because I'm a ward of the state under the act. The act is so old that the way we are framed in our existence, we're less than. We still are less than today than we were less than when the act was introduced. And people still talk about us as we need civilizing. And we still have a relationship with Canada that is the Indian agent overseeing, controlling the work we do. But they're overseeing, controlling the work that leads to the truth of the way they treated our peoples and what they did to our children. And my fear is we didn't get funding because we spoke back to the funding, the cuts of the funding. And please don't think we don't think that's going to happen again today because we're doing this. But the work is hard and the funding is a nightmare because if we don't have the funding, we don't have an ability to do the work.
And that does lead us into the denialism portion, and I do want to have enough time to speak about that. I would ask the Madam Co-Chairs if I could have an indulgence to go about 15 minutes into lunch. Thank you. Very quickly, before we get into the denialism piece, I would just ask either of you, whoever feels more comfortable answering this question. There was a recent announcement about revitalization of the funding for projects associated with identifying burials. I would just like if someone could give just a very brief overview of what that is and the problems with the recent announcement.
Can you take a kick out of it? Okay.
So there's an announcement for 2 years of funding. The funding level has increased. New guidelines have been released around the funding. Here's the problem, the restrictions. There are so many restrictions placed on us through the funding that essentially we're being told, do it our way or don't do it at all. So the kinds of work I do, because a big part of our work is advocacy work that's tied to commemoration and memorialization. If I can't bring survivors together to inform the work, what work do I have? And I'm going to tell you, and I'm not being critical of our male survivors in the room, they're not people who are going to jump on to a Zoom or a Teams. They need to be present in the room. They need to talk to people because that's what they know. And when you take that out from under, it cuts our ability to keep communities connected in half. And we've been as cost effective as we can because what we do is we host a gathering. Instead of traveling to 60 communities, we bring 60 communities to one spot. Very cost effective, very good for survivors, and very good to nurture the conversations. But the activities tied to commemoration memorialization reduced. And two key parts of my work are really attached to the work that Micah and Eric do, and that's ground search and archival research. How I manage moving forward is going to be, and it's always dependent on what that agreement officer is prepared to do to meet us part way. And then on top of all of that, wellness. I've got Micah and I have Shelley, and that you have to work with different departments to get the funding resources now. Like part of the reason we've been able to do the installation that we did wasn't because of Crown and Indigenous relationship. We went somewhere else. We went to Heritage Canada. So we're having to constantly look for funding resources. Ashley and I spend most of our time looking for funding opportunities, navigating politicians, and then people who, and it's the last thing I'll say, people who get angry with us because we get angry in meetings, and people who say to us, you have to understand, you have to, and we're like, what do we have to understand? That you don't want to give us the resources we need to do the work. You don't want to give us answers to basic questions. Your ministers don't communicate with us. The Prime Minister doesn't communicate with us. How is this any different than the days of the Act, the early days of the Act? We are voiceless. We are politically nothing on the landscape. And we can't get meetings with anybody to talk about where's funding. So when you talk about the recent funding announcement, I can't even begin to estimate how bad it's going to be because we haven't started the conversations. But core tenets of it for us have been gutted. And that's really difficult. And if I don't have my application in by, I think, the first week of June, I won't get a decision before August. So we're under the gun. They released it a couple of weeks ago, just as we were prepping for here. But I've got to get an application in on their timeline. The same as I didn't get my funding till April 2nd for last year. I still was held accountable for a funding report that had to be put back to Canada by May 15th. While they still haven't answered a critical funding question for us, can we use our funding to complete a memorial park? They haven't answered the question. And I email, and I have a habit. It's like, okay, it's Monday, time to send an email. It's Friday, close the week off with an email. So I'm emailing Canada and Ontario constantly for answers on funding. Nobody gets back to us. Do you want to talk about the ground search?
Sure. Literally, when I was getting ready to get on the plane to come to Montreal, I got an email from one of the team leads that I work for. And she said, okay, I urgently need a highly granular, detailed, with budget implications series of proposals to address search priorities. And I need it as quickly as you can because the deadline is mid-June. And did I mention it has to be detailed? And I spent a bit of time going through the fine print in the announcement, and I still haven't figured out what it is that's in the pot of possibilities versus what is out. So these communities who are now chasing shadows, the possibility of this perhaps phantom money, they're burning off valuable time and resources and capacity to essentially chase the laser pointer. And yeah, we'll do it. We will come up with something I have every expectation that I will expend 60 or 70 hours over the next 8 or 10 days, only be told, no, you don't qualify. No, your proposal isn't consistent with whatever the template is. So essentially, we're burning off time and energy with no expectation that there will be a happy result coming from it.
And if I can add, Scott, to Scott's point, part of the problem in all of this is they will wait us out to the very last minute. So today's the day it closes. Do you have an answer? Do you have an answer? Do you have an answer? And then the day after the application process, or a couple of weeks after, then they get back to us and say, oh, you didn't meet the timeline. I think the other part in all of this as well is because of the way they've controlled the funding. I've lost our human rights monitor. I've lost investigators. I've lost community staff because I can't pay them. And so we're being, there's an expression, death by a thousand cuts. That's what's happening to us. And it's the hardest part of it is you can't get a real answer. And I don't know if there's such a thing. Even the honest answer, I will take. Let me know that it's not hopeful so I can reposition. But as Scott's talking about the applications, the Albert Group, who does all of our finance at Six Nations, do you know how many days we've had to stop everything we're doing to rewrite a proposal, send it in? The next day, they send back so many edits that the whole proposal has to be rewritten again. And the proposal, what we developed, met every standard they asked for. But they redefine detail every time, like Scott's talking about. It's like, we need to know how much this element of the work is going to cost. So just hypothetically, a concrete slab, how much is that going to cost? How much is engraving going to cost? How much? And I gave you the quote. I have to spend money because the original quote was we had the money. Canada gave us money to do a memorial park. But when they denied us funding, the last chunk of funding we got, we had to use to stay alive. They had a full budget at the time. The problem is, in giving them a new budget, I have to get a new quote because costs have changed so much. I don't have the money. So I'm getting asked for things that are going to create really undue hardship on the organization. And they know that, or I think they know that. So I can't make that assumption. So just the timelines, but also how they manage us. And I do feel managed a lot of the time.
Thank you both for that update. And sorry, I overlooked the period of questioning for the judges. So I'm actually going to be going quite a bit over. But I know that there's a lot of interest in the denialism topic. So I will do my best to raise it. And then maybe if the judges have specific questions on that, we can turn to the question period and that topic can be explored a bit more. So just highlighting the fact that based on my request, we have about 15 minutes to cover this topic. So I guess I would just start by asking whoever feels comfortable answering to define what denialism is in this context.
So the denialist frame around this is really, it's driven by a number of things. One, that the residential school systems were not that bad, that Indigenous survivors are not telling the truth. And then as we who lead the investigations do our work and share in the media, other outlets, other sources, we get this backlash. And this backlash is often violent. It's often, I think it's driven by the worst of what is inside of us. And I think part of the heart of the denialist frame is, and this is when you don't tell the truth of history, because there's a belief of what the truth is, and that anything else in opposition of it is a lie. And the problem is that right now we sit on the side of the lie. And so we don't talk about denialism. And I think Tabitha, our communications person's in the room, we don't talk about it. We don't, We take it down as soon as we see it on any of our social media platforms. And it's in part because survivors have spent their entire lives being called liars. It didn't happen. It's not the truth. And we're not going to continue to expose them to that kind of vitriol. The other part of it is it just gives airtime to the worst of us, and airtime to the worst of a discriminatory, racist frame that is fighting. And I think it's the last vestige of the colonial frame. And whenever you try to change a behavior, there's always this resurgence of a behavior before it goes away. And my hope is that's what this denialist frame is. It is the last fight of a history that doesn't account for truth. We have some information that I can make available. I choose not to share it publicly, but for the judges, we have some information we would share, because I know this is live broadcast and live streamed, and I would rather talk to the realities of survivors than the hatred of denialism. But we will give you examples of what we've been facing as part of our work, and we ask that after you've used it, that it be destroyed, because what matters in our narrative is that you remember the voices of the survivors as the predominant impact statement for the work that we're doing.
My experience with the denialists has been comparatively limited, in part because I realized fairly early on, after 2021 and the release of my TRC report, that I was going to get deluged with press interest. And I very naively assumed that was a good thing. It was a means of information dissemination. I very quickly realized that it became oxygen to fuel the denialist fire. And that fire is relentless and quite nasty. And I have not experienced very much of that, except for, the frustration of seeing my words spun doctored into something I would not have recognized. But I have colleagues, I have community friends that I'm working with who are facing an ongoing onslaught of hate, of death threats, of attack. And it is not only impacting them as individuals, but through social media, it's just cascading down on communities of survivors, communities of the children and grandchildren of survivors who are looking at this unrelenting, highly organized, highly choreographed hate that is gnawing away at them. It is like getting beaten with a stick all over again. And that, how do you respond to it? Because if you respond, it's more oxygen onto the fire. For many communities, they have shut down communications. They do not respond. They are grappling with the problem of how do they communicate progress to their communities without it becoming ammunition for their enemies. And this is this terrible dilemma that they're facing. How do they communicate to the people who desperately need to know without that information spilling out and becoming ammunition for people who really don't want the truth, but are determined to twist that truth into something that looks plausible in support of their particular perspective. So I've opted out of social media. I do very, very, very few interviews. And every time I speak in public, I get explicit permission from my bosses before I agree to do a presentation. or talk to about their circumstance, their data. And I have other colleagues who they're facing some pretty horrific bile on a daily basis. They need security to walk to their car. They've had windows in their cars smashed out. They've had placards and protesters at their children's schools. All kinds of terrible, terrible stuff that gnaws at their soul, gnaws at their ability to do the work. And this is something that is not going away. We see this growing groundswell, this kind of stuff obscuring the work, obscuring the message.
Thank you, Scott. Again, conscious of the time, I feel like we were able to cover a lot of the commemorization and memorialization. I would like to also point the judges to, in Dr. Scott Hamilton's report, or anticipated evidence package, there is a list of recommendations that he's brought together. 6 come from his initial report to the TRC, and then since then, and considering the additional work done, he's added additional recommendations for how to protect these sites and what needs to be done in order for this work to continue. So I just point you there when you have time to review. And I would then just turn it over to the judges to the questioning if we'd like to proceed with that before lunch.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Thank you very much for your presentations, which, again, in their different ways, were quite overwhelming. Can I ask you a couple of things about government responsibility? I don't know if it's state or provincial or both. Firstly, in relation to the funding issue, what explanation do you have for this sort of game that the government seems to be playing with you in relation to funding, with given the vital importance of the work that you're both doing, the vital importance of finding the burial sites? What underlies that attitude, that reluctance, just to allow sufficient funding for you to get on with that work?
So I will always say I qualify my personal and my political. So I'm Indigenous in this country, and I know the history and funding relationships between Indigenous peoples, communities, and initiatives. Right back to the Indian Act. The Indian Act did its work on the cheapest budget possible for building materials, for the quality of food, the quality of clothing. They gave only when they had to, and usually it was under duress. And I think that fits here, because you see, I kind of look at it's a horrible thing to say, but like my cellular muscle memory is that, the history. And so when I come into these conversations, I ask all the questions one asks when one's involved in trying to be diplomatic. Are there barriers? Is there a need for clarity? But we get absences. We get long absences of no answer, no anything. And then when we do get requests, it's for money explanation. Why are you asking for this? Why are you asking for that? I think we have the battles we have, one, because of the issue. Canada's reputation around being a human rights icon and the best of what humanity can provide. And please don't think I don't think our country this country has done good things, but it hasn't done right by Indigenous people. And I think the acts and the legislation and the things they've done, the operation of the Indian residential school, they don't want that truth exposed. And I think at the best of intentions, when Kamloops was announced, I think people thought we were going to go in with equipment, do searches, and it was going to be over with. But when we got sophisticated in our strategies and our processes, it always led back to records and documents. It always comes back to the records and documents. And how is it there's 27 million documents out there? There's a commitment of resources, but they never seem to line up so that the records and the documents and the resources become available. And I think it's because Canada doesn't want that truth told. And that's my heart of hearts. And that's because I'm an Indigenous person who's been raised with a history that said we don't get treated the same. So my lens is colored by that.
Yeah, I come from a different legacy, a legacy that has been privileged. I've been grappling with this. And at one level, there's incomprehension. What in the hell are these guys thinking about? And then I kind of think, well, they're kind of busy. They got a short attention span. The news cycle has moved away from this being a hot button issue that's making politicians uncomfortable. They're dealing with other crises. But as I listen to colleagues in different jurisdictions, in different searches, as I listen to people like Laura, who are dealing daily through the drudgery of dealing with this paper chase, and I see a similarity of story. No, it's not incompetence and ineptitude. It's not short attention span. It's part of a larger strategy of just creating a whole bunch of noise, flood the zone, to drive people to the point where they will throw their hands up in frustration and say, okay, enough of this. We have other priorities. We're going to have to deal with kids killing themselves, the fact that nobody can drink the water in the communities, dealing with all of those other crises, and we cannot fight this battle with no prospect of motion forward, and then they'll just yield the field. And I fear that is maybe part of it.
So a war of attrition.
The war of attrition.
Yeah. And finally from me, sorry, I'm holding the microphone, but if you have a chance in a minute. The other element of responsibility, government responsibility that I wanted you to address, and you touched on it, is on the issue of denialism. To what extent is this funding game and the way that the government presents the issue, how does that feed in?
So, I've written, if nothing else in my life, I have become a professional letterer. In writing to the new Prime Minister and Governor General, we talked about denialism in the letter. And the fact is, when Kamloops happened, you have a Prime Minister that said, we will stand beside you until every child is brought home. And 3 years later, you start cutting funding. You reduce the funding level to one that you can't really be effective in doing the work. And then you tried, and that's the $500,000. And then when the OSI, the Office of Special Interlocutor, had one of their gatherings in the Yukon, the head of the program that our funding comes through made an announcement that the funding was going to be sunsetting by 2027, which meant it was gone. And only 2 people, I think, picked up on that announcement. So we kind of felt that Canada was going to shut everything down. And for us, number one is what will that do to the survivors who get taken off at the knees because the work doesn't continue? And number two, and that's the hardest part here. Number two is, are the denialists going to have a field day with this? Because when the country's leadership says there's nothing here, we're not funding it anymore, the denialists will now literally boomerang into an effect of saying, see, monies were used and abused, nothing's been found, where are the bodies? And the problem is it's not just that the funding stops. The boomerang is that we go back in time. And we go back in time because, once again, survivors get questioned for what they've said is true. They get challenged by non-Indigenous people. And we hear it all the time. And, we don't engage. It's kind of like bullies. You don't engage a bully. We try to have a rational conversation. And if we can't, we have to shut them down. But what we're finding is we're an organization of 7 people. 7 people. And we look at, and our, Fluid, who does our communications, Tabitha, said, Laura, I'm looking at these and these are bots. She's going, they've got 6 followers and they've posted 5,100 posts in the last 5 days. So this is organized. And I think people need to understand that the denialist frame isn't the guy that's walking down the street. It's an extremely organized response. I mean, I read the literature all the time. I try to stay on top of things, but this is not a population that you can have a conversation. But it is a population that has a far bigger reach than we do. And I think Canada fuels that denialist landscape when they pull the rug out from funded communities. And we're lucky because we've been very organized in the way we approach. There are communities where they're small, they're very difficult terrain to do the work in, and they can't get funding. And that's part of the problem, because what Canada does is they'll go to war with organizations like us, but they'll just deny the little organizations, and they don't know how to fight back. And they don't have the capacity to fight back. And that's what they gain by isolating us in this work. We've been asking for years for them to bring us all together, but they won't. And that's what denialists do. Denialists isolate and they attack. And I feel some of the behaviors that Canada's doing are feeding right into denialism.
I have a question about, which is technical, but it is in another way, probably political. But you please tell me, in all these processes of trying to find missing people in places where there have been armed conflicts or repression, etc., one of the most important points is finding the bodies of the missing people, identifying them, tracing the DNA of the bodies with the next of kin, with the communities, and then returning the remnants to the original communities. But I have not listened anything in your speech. So how important, the question should be, how important for you is the exhumation of the bodies, the identification of the children, the identification or crossing the DNA of the bodies with the families, or at least the communities, and returning the remnants to the original communities as an act of reparation, more from the perspective of human rights, a humanitarian relief. But maybe you disagree, so you have another idea. You maybe think that exhumations are not respectful for the bodies, or are not respectful for the communities, or that identification of every child is not that important. So that's the question. It's a part technical. Are you considering a DNA database, an exhumation, etc.? But beyond that, technical approach. I think there is another one that is ideological, which is legitimate in my view.
We've had a lot of conversation about DNA and nationally. There's been a lot of conversation about DNA testing repositories. The problem for a lot of communities, is that there's been so much medical testing done with Indigenous people that people are very leery of engaging. And then there are other elements that people don't talk about. Because within communities, some of the burials that we're talking about are very young children. And when you find ancestral remains, there's so little left that to do the testing is next to impossible. And then there's histories, because for you to create a registry, you need the entire community to be part of that registry. And that means there may be elements of history that people don't want discovered through DNA. And so they may be resistant to being part of a scan or contributing to. And the question also is, and I'm hypothesizing, that if there are unmarked burials associated with infants or small children who were a result of sexual abuse in those schools, we got another problem, because you also have a DNA question of who that original parent was. So I think it comes with a lot of complexities. I think there's a lot of cultural leeriness about it, because it's not our ways to uninter the dead. One, I think there needs to be more conversation, because we've never also had to deal with mass burials, like this kind of a burial landscape. And there has to be a lot of education done. And I think part of the problem in this is we're only 5 years into this process. I've got 140 years of history that our team has to look at. And as we do our work, there's no way you can do that in 5 years. And you need to bring people along in the conversation. And a lot of the survivors don't want to talk about their experiences. So to bring in a DNA conversation, I think timing is important. And we have to do a lot of education so communities can make informed decisions. But right now, we're making decisions against our heads. You have 2 more years of funding, do what you can, because we won't know if there's funding after it. As an organization, we pay a price for every time we try to broaden the conversation. And it's hard, because we work in a landscape where we believe the state doesn't want us doing this work. And if we were to move towards a DNA conversation, that could take years. Does it play a value? Yes. Do some communities want to do DNA repositories? Yes. Do they have full buy-in from all communities? I don't know. But it is not an option we have pursued, because our community housed one school from 60 First Nations. That's a lot of engagement to do to create a DNA repository associated with all those children and all those communities. So the answer is, it's complex. Smarter people than I should be part of making those decisions, but those smart people need to talk to our people in a way we can understand about what it can do, how it would be used, and how does any data collected as a result of a DNA process stay within the stewardship of the community and not by institutions that are doing the work.
If I can adjust another part of the problem, not related to the missing children, but to the eventual number of children given in adoption. So it's again the question of DNA. If you get the DNA of the survivors, then you eventually find individuals, adults now, that allegedly could have been clandestinely given into adoption. You could identify them. We are speaking about living people.
So living people, yes. And it's a point we didn't have time to talk about today. So those are children And it's well known, like Canada newspapers had Today's Child, where they would post a picture, give you the details, and you could adopt a child. That was in newspapers. Adopt an Indian child. It was in the newspapers. The fact is, when the adoption out of children, it was often driven by a child welfare system. So when the Indian residential school systems started to transition out in the 50s and 60s, child welfare entities became more involved. And the reality is there are records, and we're being told those records are destroyed, but nobody will meet with us to talk about it. I don't think you can only do that work through DNA. I think there's always multiple options for solutions. And one for us is make the records available on child welfare matters so that we can find out where children went to foster care or they're adopted out. And I think the other thing that's important about this is if you speak to me about adopting out by these schools, we now enter into the space of child trafficking because you're illegally moving children out of the jurisdiction of their communities and their families, and you move them, and child welfare is still doing this. They move them from one home to another home to another home, from one foster care agency to another foster care agency, and you lose track of where the kids are. And it's become, for many of us, and I come from a child advocacy background, so I know what I'm talking about here. When you fund a child welfare system, in Canada, many people would say, not only is the child welfare system the transitional form the Indian residential school system took, but they also say that it's often the only business that exists in communities because you get paid a per diem for every child that's taken into care. And child welfare organizations, both Indigenous and non-Indigenous, are locked in this system of funding for children. So we're paying people to keep children in the system. Children are being moved from one unit to another unit to another unit, which fuels the issue, one, of a new residential school system. And there are survivors that we worked for, who are in that child welfare system. They went straight from the Mohawk Institute into a foster care setting, not in Six Nations, in Durham, like a 3-hour drive away. And when you think of the time frame, that's a long drive. So when we talk about the adoptions, we know they happened. And up until a few years ago, that information couldn't be made publicly available. But under the adoption disclosure legislation, at least in Ontario, some of it's available. Do I think there's a solution to figuring out those children? I do, because when murdered and missing Indigenous women and girls happened, 13 jurisdictional agreements were signed to share information about children or women who were moving from province to province. That's how we found my mother's sister. Because of those cross-jurisdictional agreements, we were able to follow records from Ontario to Nova Scotia to New Brunswick, and that's how we found her. If child welfare agencies across this country had that kind of a jurisdictional framework in front of them, it would help those doing the work find children. Because if you think about it from our perspective, 60 First Nations had their children taken from across this country. When those kids came into the Mohawk Institute, if they got moved into the child welfare system, how does that family back in Manitoba find out what happened? Because there's jurisdictional boundaries they can't pass. So I don't think the DNA is the only solution. I think it may be a solution for some people, but I think records and documents in Canada's recording can provide a lot of insight into how children who were adopted out moved into foster care. And please know, the numbers are horrific. I think I said to you at the beginning, more than 50% of children in child welfare in this country are Indigenous. More than 50% of the Indigenous women in jails across this country. Men, same thing. What we have is all those seeds that fuel denialism and the deficit basis of who we are still there. The Indian Act is still there. The residential schools are closed, but our people are disproportionately represented in every element of the negative side of the social service systems and justice sectors of this country. And that's the state. The state's policies have oversight. The training of lawyers, judges, all of those things have to be problematic when the overrepresentation that we see is still there. Thank you, guys. I just have a comment and a question, really. So, Laura, I really enjoyed hearing about the use of your Indigenous methodology and your Indigenous approaches. So, concepts such as balance and Indigenous data sovereignty, I think, are really pivotal and key to your approach and your project. And just a mihi to you for your continued advocacy in spite of all the challenges that you're facing. And my question is probably for both of you, but I note the current funding difficulties that the coachee mentioned, the recent challenges. And in your earlier evidence, you mentioned issues associated with access to information, the technology difficulties that you encountered to complete your project. So my question is also around funding, is whether you consider you could prioritize those issues, or whether what you actually need is adequate funding to complete successfully your project. So hopefully that's a really easy answer, but if I could just get that one on record, that'd be really helpful. Thank you. Adequate and sustainable funding is critical. Would you work?
Peux faire la question en français? Non. Ah, ça va, ça va.
Do you speak more, huh?
Non, non, ça va. Non, non, ça va. Alors, parce que je suis en entendant en français, c'est alors ça, question de changer à l'anglais. Oui. Maintenant, on va en français. Non, mais ça, c'est pas en français. C'est pas. No. Yes. Yes. No. You say that before you say about I am changing to English. No? You say in the Institute Muhak there are 6,000 children there. This is school, no? And 105 names of deaths. No?
So far?
Alors, bon. Oui, ça va, c'est sur l'Institut Mohawk. Il y a 6,000 garçons qui sont été là, et après, entre ces
1,000 child were there, and among which there would be, how many were identified out of those 6,000 child that were, how many were dead and how many were identified in the Mohawk Institute? So I understand we have 6,000 in total and about 100 that were identified. I wanted to know this proportion. Is it the same kind of proportion? What are the numbers of kids? What would be the amount of kids in the residential school and the amount of kids that we think died there? Do we have a general idea of, like, a general estimate of the amount of kids that died in residential school? Do you have that number? Do you have an estimate of how many kids died in residential schools? The other question would be about the pilot you run the first year when you looked for the cemetery, where it was and all that. I understood what Scott, with many details, explained. What would be the main conclusion after all this work? That it was really hard to do in terms of resources, work, and so forth. in how Indigenous communities were involved and all that. We know it was a lot of effort. So I'd like to know what were the conclusion, not just what you did, but what would be the conclusion of that whole work? What did you learn from that process? And from other experiences in the country, maybe? I don't know if we can compare several similar experiences in the country. What did you learn? What would be the main lessons? I don't know if it's clear.
You could just summarize for those who didn't have the benefit of translation. Thank you.
So my understanding of the question is, was 6,200 the total number of children, and was 105 the total number of deaths in our work? And then the other part,
I think the question was that whether that proportion, 6,000 children, 105 deaths, whether that proportion was more or less constant throughout the Indian residential school system.
No,
Roughly,
we don't
if you,
know.
to the extent to which you know that, yeah. It was about whether that is a sort of more or less roughly.
so I
proportion.
have to start with clarifying that 6,200 is not the full number. We have not gotten access to full record, so we don't know what the number is. The 105 is not a complete number for the same reason. The other part that I would say is the numbers vary depending on whose work you read. So somebody talked yesterday about John Malloy's book, A National Crime. So he references a number of reports that were done that talked about deaths as high as 50% of children in some schools. I cannot give you a number because we don't know. We have an incomplete, as you would say, we have an incomplete data set. So I'm not in a place that I could speak to it. Number two, the reason I can't speak to it in part is because I haven't found an answer that gives a framework. And as Micah does her work and Eric does his work, we're focused on finding the children. But before we can identify the children that died, we need to know every child that went into that school so that we can make the relationship between kids who came in and left, and then where's the gap? And I think that's the struggle many of the schools that are doing the work are having. It's really hard. And the part of the pressure, and that's why I say we're focused on process, not the outcome, because the pressure is what are the numbers? Where are the graves? Let us see. And we've used traditional means, and we've used geophysics and ground search tools, but we've also used traditional people within our community to do a double check system. My hope is I live another day to keep the work moving so the process continues. And in a few years, I can give you a more realistic number. But right now, I just want the children. I just need the children's names, and we can do the work that we're doing. And that's the problem, because many people talk the realm of data. We talk the realm of memory. And it's a different landscape around how we perceive the work. And no disrespect intended at all. It's just a different worldview.
I think at the heart of your question is how many children went to any particular school, how many died, how many disappeared, how many returned home. Yeah. And the answer comes back to that pie chart early in my presentation. Most of those answers are in the we don't know what we don't know category of the pie. My perspective at various sites across the country is that the proportion of 6,000 kids enrolled, a little over 100 died, is a gross underrepresentation of the death rate. The best available number that might reflect reality is the number I cited from Sacred Heart, where over 30 or 35 odd years, we have clear documentation in the church record of 325. That means at least 10 kids a winter died. Now, we know that is an underestimation, but 10 kids a winter in a school that probably had maybe 80 to 150 children in it, that's pretty horrendous number. And if that is still the minimum estimate, what are the magnitude of numbers we're talking about? We have no idea. And when we think about the disappeared, who may well have suffered fates in other institutions, that number goes up pretty significantly. So we've got a terrible legacy to uncover. And frankly, right now, we don't have the resources to get the obvious answer to the question you asked. We have no idea of what we're looking for because we haven't got the basic data to have an end. How many children are there? How many children are accounted for? How many are dead? How many are disappeared? We don't have that information.
Ça, c'est déjà une bonne donnée. Ça, c'est une bonne donnée. Nous ne pouvons pas savoir parce qu'il n'y a pas de...
Say we don't know because we don't have access to it. This lack of accurate result is actually a data. So thank you for your answer. It's an important data.
We
Yes, that's the crystal answer. And essentially, how do we proceed? Well, we need to address the data void. Who controls that data void?
Thank you very much, both of you, for your testimony and for all the work that you've been doing over the years, which is amazing. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the questions. We just like to briefly thank our panelists, Dr. Scott Hamilton and Laura Arndt, for taking the time to prepare and appear and answer all the questions and for your work. We have 2 children's books for you, signed copies of My Heart Filled with Happiness by Monique Gray Smith, with illustrations by Julie Flett, and Kokum's First Drum, again by Monique Gray Smith and illustrated by Carlene Harvey. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I'm going to give the little thing. She got it from it.
Everyone to visit our support team for smudge, to talk, take a break and head outside. And we'll resume at 1:30. Yeah, we'll go on. Welcome back from lunch. So I just have a quick announcement before we continue with the second panel of the day. We do have a panelist who will be speaking in French. So we provided some headsets. So if you need translation, if you need assistance or you still need a headset, please just quietly step outside and our tech team will be happy to assist you with that. And so this afternoon, we have a panel on forced and forced sterilization. So we're fortunate to have a panel of survivors here. And I will turn it over to Elisa Lombard from Aboriginal Legal Services, who will introduce our panelists and lead this afternoon's panel. Kiamako. Lisa?
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everybody. Buenas tardes. Just a test. Is this okay for the translators? Yes? Thank you, everybody, for being here. My name is Elisa Lombard, and I'll be leading this panel of two survivors and an expert on the issue of forced and coerced sterilization. The lovely women, the courageous women who are here today. Yep. Close, but not too close. Dr. Reynolds, Benazil Kick, and you have Jackie Kastabish. I'd like to introduce Dr. Reynolds first, and then Ms. Kick and Ms. Kastabish can introduce themselves, if that's all right. Dr. Brenda Reynolds is recognized nationally and internationally for her expertise in trauma counseling and her contribution to mental health planning. She played key roles in supporting Indian residential school survivors, including helping develop Health Canada's Indian Residential School Resolution Health Support Program under the Indian Residential School Settlement Agreement. Brenda also served as special advisor to Canada's Truth and Reconciliation Commission, contributing to the framework for its mandate. Brenda's exceptional leadership was recently sought for discussions on trauma and peace-building initiatives by both the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights and the European Union. Dr. Reynolds received awards from the Alberta Medical Association and the Canadian Medical Association for her leadership on mental health in Canada. Quite significantly, she's been named the laureate for the 2025 United Nations Nelson Mandela Prize in recognition of her outstanding contributions to the health and well-being of Indigenous communities. She is both the first Indigenous person in the world and the first Canadian to receive this prestigious honor. And with that, if we could perhaps begin with Ms. Kanesiokik introducing herself. Et ensuite, on va passer à Madame Jackie Kastabish pour que vous ayez l'opportunité de vous introduire aussi. And I'm going to move fluently between the two languages, hoping that it doesn't cause too much challenges for the translation. If it does, anybody please just put your hand up and say, we missed something, and we can go back. Ms. Kick.
Closer. Hello, everyone. My name is Destiny Kit. I'm from the Mohawk Nation clan. My family comes from Six Nations territory. I am a survivor of coerced sterilization, and I am also the public education lead for the Survivor Circle for Reproductive Justice, and have been a longtime community advocate and activist for the Haudenosaunee people.
Madame Kastabish, si vous pourriez vous introduire.
Oui, Jackie Kastabish, Nijina Kazandon, Kanishinabe, Kwashicha, Najojo, She's a creep, my mom. Je suis une survivante l'un des survivants dans tous les domaines.
I'm a survivor in many different domains. I'm a residential school survivor. I'm a survivor of core sterilization.
Tellement nerveuse là que ça va.
I'm so nervous. This is the first time that I am speaking in front of a huge audience, especially a panel with a bunch of judges.
C'est pas pour contredire.
It's not to
Ça va être difficile.
contradict, but it's going to be difficult today. I feel like the first time I had to testify
En tant que survivante du pensionnat indien.
during my testimonial for the TRC. So I would ask you to be patient and indulgent towards me. Thank you.
Thank you for introducing yourselves. Now, moving into the subject matter of the panel, if we might start with the survivors, just establish Ms. Kick, in sharing with us what it meant to you before the violation that we'll discuss later to be a mom.
C'est toute une violation que j'ai subie
It's this whole violation that I suffered
de ma dernière fille.
during the birth of my last child. So I'm going to be 50,
Ça n'a pas été une journée que je voudrais.
or she will be 50 soon. It's a day I would not like to forget,
C'est pas possible.
but it's impossible to forget it.
Dans ça s'est fait
The way that it happened
d'un accouchement.
was during the birth of my daughter.
J'étais encore en pleine contraction, puis à ce moment-là,
I was still having contractions,
euh,
and then
de me faire, de plus avoir des enfants, là.
I was being asked to no longer have kids.
Là, l'infirmière,
At that moment, the nurse, she kept saying,
c'est que t'as assez d'enfants, t'en as plus besoin.
you have enough kids. You don't need to have more children.
De toute façon, tu n'es pas une bonne mère.
And either way, you're not a good mother. You'll never be a good mother.
Durant tout le temps, là, j'étais dans la salle d'accouchement.
This whole time I was in the birthing unit, the obstetrics unit.
C'est la première fois que j'en parle publiquement.
It's the first time I've spoken publicly.
Et le médecin est arrivé par après pour m'offrir, mais pour me dire
And then the doctor came later to
de me faire
offer not really that, but that the whole way that you go forward was to do the sterilization and to have this procedure.
de mon accouchement, tout ça, il m'arrivait, il me disait ça, plein de choses qui me disaient en même temps que c'était possible.
And they kept saying that it would be possible to reverse this procedure. So I believed him.
Avoir d'autres enfants.
So I thought that it was possible to reverse this medical procedure.
Et j'ai mon bébé puis tout ça, mais j'ai jamais
So I had my baby, but I wasn't allowed to hold my child during the the delivery process. I never saw her after her birth. They took her and they put her outside of the delivery room.
C'est juste le lendemain que j'ai été capable.
Only the next day that I was allowed to take her into my arms.
Et je demandais souvent si je pouvais avoir ma fille, puis
And I kept asking if I could see my daughter, and then they said I wasn't allowed.
je pouvais pas la prendre parce que je n'étais pas en état de prendre des décisions.
And they said I wasn't capable of making my own decisions.
Et pourtant, c'était mon enfant, tu sais. J'aurais aimé ça.
And yet it was my child. I would have loved to take her into my arms during the first day of her birth.
Ils m'ont interdit
They forbade me to take her in my arms. They said I was crazy, that I had mental health issues. All the contrary. I was so conscious.
Puis quelques années plus tard,
And a few years later,
j'ai voulu avoir d'autres enfants.
I wanted to have more children.
J'étais allé voir mon médecin que lui m'avait ligaturé.
I went to see the doctor who
Il voulait pas me prendre.
told me that my tubes would be tied, and he didn't want to take me in as a patient. So I went to see another doctor.
Je lui ai demandé
And I wanted to ask him to untie my tubes so I could have children.
que le médecin m'a fait passer des tests, des prises de sang.
So the doctors made me do all these blood tests and all kinds of examinations whatever they could do within me.
Puis j'ai eu des résultats un mois après pour me faire dire que le médecin, il m'avait dit que je
The
pouvais
doctor said to me
ligaturer, que c'était permanent.
that I could not have my tubes untied, that it was indeed permanent.
Et j'étais
I was disgusted.
tous mes états
I was in a crazy state.
pour atténuer
The only way
ma douleur, c'est
I could attenuate my pain
l'alcool puis la drogue.
was to turn towards drugs and alcohol.
Je sais que ça n'a pas été un geste qui était bien pour moi. Là.
I know it was not an act that was
Toutes les années que
healthy for myself.
mes enfants,
For all these years that I had my children, I wasn't able to tell them. I wasn't able to
dire c'est quoi que c'est passé.
say what had happened.
Ma compagne,
And I have my daughter who's accompanying me today.
ils vont juste commencer à connaître mon histoire
And they're just starting to hear my story, what I experienced
en tant qu'Anishinaabe.
as an Anishinaabe.
Dan, sige abet kijabe no tijum yan. Lagi menendan maane kijau. Maane kijabe no tijau. Itimine kanda. The shima zigrashach. The benu tijum da shaki kenda mo jadi. Adika bi je sais. Excusez, j'ai pas dans le croquet.
Oops, sorry, I started speaking in Algonquin.
Je pensais que je parlais en anglais.
I thought I was speaking in French.
Mais mon histoire n'a pas fini là.
And my story did not end there.
Ça, c'est toujours revenu ça. Tout le temps, c'est que je voulais avoir d'autres enfants. Puis,
It kept coming back that I wanted more children.
je me suis accroché à ces enfants-là.
So I hung on to the children of others, to my nieces, my nephews.
Même encore aujourd'hui,
Even today, I still do it with my great-grandchildren and my great-great-grandchildren.
je cherche cet amour-là que j'aurais pu avoir.
I'm searching for this love that I could have had with my own children.
Je l'ai cherché ailleurs.
And I sought it out elsewhere.
Et j'en reçois. Une chance, j'en reçois.
At least I'm receiving it,
Je ne serais pas assis ici,
because I wouldn't be sitting here today
vécu.
sharing my experience with you.
Parce que mon père, il me disait souvent,
Because my father would say to me often, and it's a sentence that stayed with me,
quelqu'un a dit, tu n'oublies pas.
he said, don't forget where you come from. And this is the sentence that kept me alive, that always supported me
Maman, quand j'ai des moments,
until the moment where I'm discouraged, like earlier, just before coming here to testify.
j'étais prête à partir.
I was just ready to run away. I wasn't able to.
Laisser ça.
I was ready to leave.
Non, c'est pas moi ça.
And then I said, am I dead yet? No, I fought for years and years for women's issues.
Aujourd'hui, je
And still today, I'm involved.
puis faire connaître que nos droits en tant que femmes ils sont très, très valables.
So to have the rights of women known, to know how valuable they are.
La loi utilisée de ce temps-ci, c'est la loi.
I don't know what law we're even talking about today is. It's the Indian Act. But that generation, my great grandchildren aren't even recognized. I'm not even going to go there because I have to just talk about this forced sterilization that happens even today. I know people in my community that are still experiencing this.
C'est tellement injuste.
And I think it's so deeply unfair.
Je voudrais pas qu'ils vivent la même injustice que moi.
I wouldn't want them to live the same injustice that I did. I want them to be aware that what they are doing is criminal. The doctors and even the nurses, the nurses were encouraging us
Ces bonnes mères,
to be,
on était rien.
that we're not good mothers, that we're not able to educate our children. These are things that the nurses would say to me when I gave birth to my daughter.
Premier aussi,
Even before my three first children, it was the same thing. It doesn't even matter. You're going to have more kids and you won't be able to take care of them. It's these kinds of comments that I've had during the birth of all four of my children.
et c'était pas vrai. J'ai donné ce que je
But it's not true. I gave what I could.
pouvais lui donner.
I gave the love that I was able to give.
Et je voudrais que ça cesse. Je voudrais que ça l'arrête.
And I would like this to stop.
Mais c'est comme,
That women who are suffering what I experienced that never have to live this. I'm 76 years old.
ça fait juste commencer.
My road of recovery is just beginning. This is the first time that I'm speaking openly.
J'ai besoin d'un psychologue, mais là,
I'm going to need a psychologist after this, but
j'ai besoin d'aide.
I'm going to need help.
J'ai déjà commencé à
I've already started a few
suffisant.
procedures, but it's not enough. I realized this when I was sitting with my daughter earlier.
Je disais que j'avais seulement le goût
I said to her, I just have this
de
need to throw up. I could feel it in my body.
je ne sais plus mon corps.
I couldn't recognize my own body.
Des pertes vaginales quand j'étais allé aux toilettes.
I had vaginal excretions, and when I went to the bathroom earlier,
Oh.
On pourrait prendre une pause.
yeah.
Non,
Should we take a break?
je vais retourner chez moi.
No, I'd like to finish so I can go home and see my children.
Et j'aimerais ça qu'il y ait des bonnes recommandations. Tu sais, on a
But
besoin
I hope that there will be good recommendations.
ouais, qui ont subi ces
If there's other women who suffered the same kind of violence,
on a besoin de soutien, pas seulement.
we need support, not just in terms of a social worker, but we need resources.
C'est beau l'argent, dis,
Money is fine, but money doesn't heal us.
pour moi un petit montant que je puisse.
Maybe even a small amount. So I can go do a 6-month therapy. I don't even think so, but something that can help us, help women.
J'aurais plein de recommandations à faire. Là.
I would have so many recommendations to make.
Ouais, la seule recommandation que je voudrais, c'est que
The only recommendation I would like to make
des soutiens
is that we can have support somewhere.
qu'on a quand tu restes en milieu urbain.
The supports that we have, especially if you live in an urban community, it's not the same as a rural community. Sure, there are some in the city. It's not like it was before. There are psychologists, but they're so overloaded.
Place où ce que ces femmes-là
Can we have a place where women can go
qu'on prend soin de nous autres. Là.
where we can take care of ourselves, where someone can take care of me, of my healing
De l'intérieur, tu sais.
from the inside.
Et je remercie mon créateur de m'avoir permis
And I thank Creator
d'être forte de même. Là.
to have allowed me to be this strong, as my mother said.
Bouge que tu m'as dit comme ça dit au dessin. Ma mère elle disait ça.
My mom would say that as a woman, it's always harder to move forward, to go to the forefront. She always said, never let go, always continue in your progress and lead by example.
Qui font des
Other women are also leading by example.
Fais-tu longtemps, je crois?
Have I been talking a long time?
Je remercie. En plus, je fais partie du comité aviseur de secte de
I'm also part of the healing committee,
stérilisation forcée. Là.
the committee for forced sterilization healing.
Je remercie les autres
I'd like to thank them,
en particulier.
and I'd like to thank someone in particular, Susie Basile.
Cette femme-là qui m'a fait comprendre c'était quoi une stérilisation forcée.
She's the one who helped me understand what a coerced sterilization was.
C'était pas dans mon langage.
Because for me, this term was not in my language. It wasn't in my domain.
Non,
And
c'était pas
Susie, she opened this door for me.
facile
It wasn't easy.
d'en parler.
It just wasn't easy to talk about it.
La date, là,
In the first report she wrote,
j'ai découvert
that's how I discovered that I was a sterilized woman.
une stérilisation.
I call it a
C'est ça dans l'autre chose, une stérilisation
sterilization in air quotes.
forcée, mais il y a une autre mot que j'ai
It's coerced, but I also call it a disguised sterilization. I had all these beautiful promises that one day
des dégâts.
I would be able to untie my tubes, the doctor said.
Fait que merci, Suzy.
So thank you, Susie.
Je me suis accroché à elle parce que j'y croyais qu'est-ce qu'elle fait.
I really got close to her because I believed in what she was doing. And I know that a lot of other women clung on to her as well to be able to go forward, to be able to speak to our experiences. So, Miigwech, and thank you for listening to me.
Je pensais que j'allais être malade.
I haven't been sick. I thought I was going to be.
Parce que d'habitude, quand je suis très nerveux,
Usually when I'm very nervous and I can throw up. So I think it came out in a different way.
pas tantôt quand j'étais à la salle.
I was scared earlier when I was at the bathroom and
Cette affaire-là,
I said, what is this
c'est là que j'ai compris que mon corps avait
this discharge? And I saw that my body was reacting a lot.
Ils disent tout le temps, écoute,
They always say, listen to your body.
oui, merci. Et Gotch,
Thank you.
merci, ma fille Tina. Merci de m'avoir.
Thank you to my daughter, Tina. Thank you for accompanying me.
Je serais pas assis ici.
Without you, I wouldn't be here right now. Thank you for being here. My daughter's in the back. Can you stand up, please? She's always been there for me.
Je l'aime beaucoup. Mais Gotch,
I love her so much.
tu m'as Gotch.
Miigwech to you all.
Merci, madame, d'avoir partagé tout cela.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Kistabish, for sharing all this. So I just would like to remind the judges
La professeure Suzy Basile
that Susie Basile would have launched another report on the first
vient à
or the second phase. And this report is targeting
tribunal pour ça.
new issues. So we'd like to present it to this tribunal. And it namely uncovers that since the last report,
Je suis avisé par madame Desquenaux que
so I've actually been advised that the report has been downloaded. So luckily, so I'd like to bring your attention to this issued that there's 167 new cases that have been examined and 17 more that have been reported but not examined due to the fact that these people did not want to participate. And that, in comparison to the report in 35A, examines within a certain period, 1956 to 2023. In fact, the youngest amongst those survivors was 15 years old, and the eldest was 40. So on this note, if I could pass the microphone to Madame Kiek, who will speak to us of many things, including her own experience concerning obstetric violences.
Switch to English. If you're prepared to speak to us about your experience and how you viewed motherhood prior to this violation from your perspective, you're living in the shunning woman.
So for me, I was raised Haudenosaunee in my community of Six Nations, and motherhood is a sacred responsibility. When we look at our traditional government of the Haudenosaunee Confederacy, it's fundamentally built on this idea that roles and responsibilities are significant, and that through roles and responsibilities, we are able to find order and to thrive as nations. And our responsibilities as mothers is to raise nations, and to raise nations of Haudenosaunee people who are part of this governance structure, that they all have a place, that they all have gifts and skills and things to contribute that ultimately allow our nations to thrive. And that as an individual person from my nation, like, I depend on the gifts of all of the people so that we can have the things that we need. And motherhood is about being able to raise those nations so that they understand that, and to help those children find their role and their place and their gifts so that they can actively contribute to our nations. And it is a responsibility that comes with there's a level of sacredness to it. You know, as a Mohawk woman, essentially, like, my body is the vessel between this world and the spirit world. And through bringing nations here, we use our bodies as that vessel between two worlds. And so because of that, it's a sacred responsibility.
Thank you. And can you share with us your experience that day and in the days leading up when you were 17 years old with respect to your attendance at the hospital?
So, in
the time leading up to my sterilization, the physician approached me and asked me to have a conversation about birth control. And this was during my second pregnancy. And my first pregnancy, I think there's like 14 months, or I think it's 14 months between my two daughters. And the doctor let me know that she was very concerned about me having two kids back to back, so close, and that she didn't feel that I was responsible enough to take the pill. And because my delivery was expected to be through cesarean section, she had told me that the best option was to do a tube ligation. She had said, I'm going to be in there anyways, delivering the baby, and that it is similar to getting an IUD placed, and that it would be less invasive to do it this way. The ease and convenience of already being in my uterus would be easier, she said. So I had then gone in to deliver my daughter, and I had remembered mentioning to like my mom and some of my aunties that I was getting this tube ligation done, and they had tried to explain to me that that something was wrong, that because I was told that because it was like an IUD, when I was ready to have more children, I could just have it reversed. And my family was really concerned about this, and everyone had basically kind of defaulted to like, well, the doctor is the expert, they know. And so why would a doctor tell you something like that if that's not, like, maybe we're misunderstanding this, and so I went in to deliver my daughter. And I feel like it's also really important to note that I had just turned 17 at this time. It was about 2 weeks after I had turned 17 years old. I went in to deliver my daughter, and I'm not sure exactly why, but I started having a reaction during the delivery. And I don't know how many people have had cesarean sections, but essentially I was numb from the armpits down, and strapped to the operating table. And the only thing that I could move was my head. and I had some sort of a reaction to something and started vomiting. And they had delivered my daughter, and I could hear her. I could hear her crying over my vomiting, and I continued to vomit, strapped to the table, and the physician had asked about the sterilization, and I couldn't answer her. I couldn't speak. At this point, I had grown concerned that what my family was telling me was correct, and that this was a permanent procedure, and that maybe I didn't understand. And she kept asking me and asking me, and I kept vomiting, and I couldn't say or do anything. But I wanted to run, and I wanted to scream no, and I wanted to say I was scared. I wanted to say I wanted to see my daughter. And all I could do was continue to vomit. And then the physician said, you need to say yes because you're hemorrhaging. And I need to do this right now. And I didn't say anything and continued to vomit. And she said, okay, I'm starting the sterilization procedure now. And it took me a really, really long time to accept what had happened to me. It took me a long time to understand the permanence, and the way that I dealt with it was to just not think about it. And I spent a lot of years wanting so badly to have children after I was sterilized, and being so terrified of going to the doctors and actually finding out what had happened, that I would have phantom pregnancies, or think that I was pregnant, or feel like I was pregnant, or things like that, because I just couldn't wrap my head around it. And I think especially being raised Haudenosaunee, like ever since I was little, I knew and understood about systemic racism and about atrocities that have happened to our people. And so on an underlying level, I didn't want to accept it because I knew and understood if I think what has happened to me has happened to me, that it was an act of genocide. I was 17 years old. And I didn't know how to emotionally process genocide. I didn't know how to emotionally process or come to terms with what that really meant. And so I struggled for a lot of years. I struggled for a lot of years with pretending like it didn't happen. And the reality is me, like many other survivors, we're matriarchs and we don't have any other option but to keep going. There are so many things that our women and our matriarchs deal with, and we play such a fundamental role in our communities and our nations. That it is easier or not easier. Those feelings of coming to terms with having genocide committed against you are so big and overwhelming. It felt like I would start crying and never stop. And so every once in a while it would bubble up and be a really big deal for me. And I think that there are a lot of other survivors that are in that same situation where they think maybe this happened, maybe it didn't. But having to emotionally deal with the reality is so difficult. And being matriarchs, we have no other option but to keep moving forward and to keep doing the things that we need to do. So about that, you've done quite a bit of work with the Survivor Circle for Reproductive Justice and have led the education initiatives. Is there anything you'd like to share about those experiences and those exchanges? Yeah, it is a very regular occurrence that when I am out in community and events, talking about sterilization and trying to help people understand that, you know, there are rights that you have, that consent is necessary, and all of those types of things, that I will I regularly encounter Indigenous women, and they are actively explaining to me that they were sterilized without their consent. But even standing in front of me and we're having this conversation, they're still not making the connection that it actually applies to them, and they they in fact didn't consent to this procedure. And it's a really, really common experience.
You've had some experience in dealing with land defense as well. You've had some very important conversations about how these topics link together. Is there anything you would like to share about your work in land defense and the topic of the panel and your experiences in that respect?
Mm-hmm. It is very... So from a cultural perspective, the land is a woman. And when we look at the things that are happening to the land, it is reflective of the way that we are treating the women. And the violences can't be separated. It is, again, also one of those things that is a responsibility to ensure that our coming generations have the things that they need. And when we look at the land, a lot of the work that's being done is about preserving what we have for future generations. And when we look at sterilization, there's that thread of stopping our futures and impacting our abilities to decide for ourselves and our nations how we want to thrive and what that looks like for our self-determination. And so many people are unable to... Let me back it up. It's not just me that's been impacted by my sterilization. It is also my nation and my clans that have also been impacted by this, because they also had duties and obligations to the children that aren't here because this happened to me. There are children that aren't here that they were supposed to love and teach and cultivate. And when these types of violations happen and they are grieving as well, and how many children a woman decides to have is directly self-determination, and the self-determination of her body, and the self-determination of the nation as well to decide, and not for the nation to decide, but for the nation to benefit from her autonomy and her self-determination. So
you view those as really fundamentally intertwined in terms of your land back work and the experience of this heinous violation. You see those as linked.
Yeah, I definitely see that sterilization and land back and land issues are one and the same, and that they're both fundamentally about self-determination.
And in that work that you were doing, with respect to the land, what are some of the experiences associated with that particular work?
I have experienced a lot of police violence, being shot at, being surveilled and arrested, and
Being a land defender is a big challenge.
yes.
Thank you. Dr. Reynolds, would you mind telling us a bit about the experience that has led you to the work that you do today, and anything else you would like to share?
Thank you. And I just want to thank the two survivors that I'm sitting with. And I work with them as a part of I'm on the board for the Survivors Circle for Reproductive Justice. And that's how I met these two wonderful ladies. And I just am honored to be sitting here with them. And I'll share my own experience of how I started my work and understanding the trauma that we experience as Indigenous people. And I'm Anishinaabe. I grew up in Fishing Lake. It's a reserve in Saskatchewan. And I did my undergrad in social work in Saskatoon. And when I was doing my undergrad in social work, I worked at a shelter for battered women. And so I really developed a deep interest in working in crisis intervention related to families that are experiencing domestic violence, and especially the little kids and their roles as witness and sometimes as victims. And so right after my social work degree, I was asked by a school board to be a high school counselor, and I took the position. I thought, yay, I get to work, school hours instead of 12-hour shifts, evenings and weekends and that kind of stuff. But that was a completely different experience than working in a shelter for battered women and children, where you were actually dealing with life and death issues. People, the children and the women, were experiencing violence and sometimes where there is attempts to harm them in terms of trying to kill them. So high school counseling was completely different. But eventually, a few months later, I got to hear from an elementary school counselor speak about her concerns about little Indigenous kids. We were called Indians back then. About how the teacher was concerned that the children their attendance was poor, they were coming to school hungry and tired, and saw that they could do better, but they just weren't in a position to be doing well in school. And eventually I volunteered to do an after-school program for these little kids. And I did that. I developed a play therapy program for 10 little kids, little Indigenous kids. And I talked to them about, through play, because play is our children's language, and asking them and what was preventing them from coming to school? What were the circumstances that they were living in? And it was those 10 little children were the ones that I found out about Indian residential schools. I didn't go to residential school, but I saw on my reserve how the bus would come and get children, and then we would go into mourning on the reserve. And so every September for years, even when I was going to university,
September, my body would just recall going into mourning. And so it was meeting these little kids that I found out what that mourning was related to. And they were the ones that spoke about how they weren't living with their parents and how they were living with an extended family member, maybe, and how they were witnessing violence, sexual assaults, substance abuse. And then through play, I would teach them what is about the abuse that they were talking about, but how do you seek support and what do you do? And so they became their own little support system. And it was an amazing, amazing time that I had with these little kids. But the results, the outcomes from our weekly time together, the teacher was seeing significant change in the children about being able to talk about identifying the circumstances that they were living in. And not only did this teacher see changes in the children, but there were other little kids who were interested in coming to talk about their own experiences. And but I didn't have enough space other than those 10 little kids. And so what these 10 little kids really gave me a desire to meet other kids who were experiencing similar situations. And I knew at the time residential schools were still open in Saskatchewan. This was in 1987, 1988. And I contacted Gordon's. Gordon's was a residential school that was still operated by Indian Affairs. And I asked them to see if I can go and work there and deliver this, offer my program that I had started. And they initially denied me, but I kept on. I was persistent, and I eventually convinced them to accept me working there, and I did. But it was so emotionally difficult to accept what it was that I was witnessing, how little kids were living. At that time in Gordon's, there is 604 students that were attending school there. And the little ones that were there for the first time would be in such deep grief for being separated from their families and crying, and it was just so sad to see them. And then, but to also, and I would many times would say, this is 1988 and we should be living different. And this was my first exposure with direct experience with Indian residential schools. And they had no toys, because play therapy was an area that I was interested in. And then so many changes like that. But I remember one particular afternoon where I went to go talk to the nurse. I said to her, how do you remember all these kids' names? And then she said, just pull up the tab on their necks of their shirts or T-shirts that they're wearing. And I said, you'll see a number. And she gave me a folder. And she said, look it up if it's number 11, and this is what their name is. I said, like a number, the only time at that time, and this is what I said to her. I said, I only remember the people who were in the Holocaust had their numbers tattooed, right? And how do you associate a number to a person? And so that was one of many experiences that were really difficult to comprehend, that these little kids were living in situations like this. And so during my time there, I did counseling with the kids, and then I did some staff training as well. And I remember this one particular afternoon. It was in June, and it was a staff member, and he was the head child care worker. And he said that he was going to take a 13-year-old student to Regina, which was 45 minutes away from the reserve. And then I said to him, you shouldn't be transporting a female child all by yourself.
it isn't safe for the child, and it certainly isn't a good practice for you to be doing. He said, oh, no, that's fine. 2 weeks later, I was having my dinner of fried bologna, fried onions, and fried potatoes, which was a really common meal for the kids. And this 13-year-old girl came and said to me, she goes, can I talk to you about something? And I said, yes, let me finish my dinner. I'll meet you in front of the school. And so I went, and she was with two friends, and she said, I want to have my two friends with me. And is that okay? And I said, absolutely. And she started to tell me about this dental visit that she had had a couple of weeks before, and how the head child care worker said to her that he had to teach her what boys are going to expect from her. And then she said, and then he proceeded to fondle her vagina area and to have sex with her, to penetrated her with his penis. And then I said to her, I said, I have a professional legal responsibility to be sharing what it is that you're sharing with me. And I have to, and I explained to her what the process was, and she was in agreement for me to report it, and I assured her that I would support her in that process. And an RCMP constable came, and we took the statement, and I explained to the when we were finished, I explained to the constable that I was going to return the girl back to her dorm. And but during the statement, she was talking about, this little 13-year-old girl was talking about how that wasn't the first incident that she was touched by this head child care worker, that he had started when she first arrived at the school when she was 6 years old, and she was 13 by this time. And so I told the constable, I said, I'll be right back. I opened the door. There's another little girl that was there. And this little girl said the same thing. She goes, I need to talk about what has happened to me, what my experience is. And so at the end of the evening, at 2:30 in the morning, we had 17 girls all disclose that they're all being sexually abused by the same staff person, and in similar ways as the first one. And at the end, when the constable and we were wrapping up the interviews, and he said, is there anything else? And I said, well, this may not be related, but I said, this is just really, really odd and weird. Every time that I would ask for a pen or any office supply, he would ask me to leave his office and close the door. And I said, so, I don't know what there's a big metal cabinet there and it had a lock on it. And I said, I don't know how this is related, but anyway, I said, it's just weird. And he said, that's okay, I can open it. And inside that cabinet were these boxes all neatly piled up. There's 36 of them all neatly piled up. And I took one out, and there was pictures in there of girls' vaginas aging in different ages. They were little girls to teenagers with pubic hair and some with not. And so, of course, he took these as evidence. And so we go to court. And at that time, court was heard within a short period of time, not like it is now. And I was supposed to testify. And just before my testimony was going to start, one of the lawyers came and said that he had some evidence that he had to submit, and asked if he can submit that. And he brought the boxes, and took one box to the judge, and the judge asked the head child care worker to stand up. And the judge was looking at the boxes, at this one box. And he asked the head child care worker if he knew what this was, and the head child care worker had this great big smile on his face and said that he was the one that had taken those pictures. And that was the end. But he was never incarcerated, never served any time at all for for those crimes of sexual abuse that he had done to those children. And he lost his job. That was his punishment. He lost his federal government job. But at that same school, he wasn't the only staff person that had done that. Because the next day I go to work and the director of the school, I said to him, I was the one that stayed up all night. And I said, you look more tired than I do. And then he said, well, there's another staff member. This is what I was staying awake for. He said, is that I had heard similar concerns about this other staff member, but transferred him to another province. And so I don't know what it was that he had done. And the other staff member was eventually found in Eastern Canada, and he had 462 charges of sexual assault, the highest out of any staff member. And he went to jail he was incarcerated for 4 years. So that was the beginning of my work and trying to understand what these little kids started telling me about. And over the years, since 1988 to now, it's been all my career that I've been working with trauma related to Indian residential schools. But in the beginning, it was about sexual abuse. It was about all the sexual assaults that students were coming out with. And it was, since then, it's been like an unfolding of different experiences that Indigenous children essentially had experienced. And going back a little bit to when those disclosures happened, is that the next day, shortly after that, I started getting threats, and I started getting assaulted on my life, on how dare I teach little children how to talk about sexual abuse. So eventually, for my own safety, I had to leave. I was told I had to leave, and I left Saskatchewan, my home province, a province I loved, and I never thought I'd ever leave. And that's what brought me to Alberta, and that Alberta is where I live. And when I got to Alberta, I worked in Northern Alberta, and I was thinking, oh my gosh, there's 2 residential schools in one community. I had no idea how big this was. I had no idea that this was across Canada. I had no idea that children were removed by force, and that parents had no say and could not have any say in the removal of their children. I had no idea the depth of the violence and violation that the children had experienced in these schools. And when I worked in Northern Alberta, I was working with adults now and dealing with their own sexual abuse experiences, but their addictions. And I was working in child welfare, and it was common at that time to lose their children and get apprehended because of their addictions. And similar to my colleagues here, what they're talking about is how being judged for not being a good parent, but not looking at the big picture where the trauma comes from. It wasn't by choice that they lost their children. It wasn't by choice that they lived the way that they did and still do. And that was when I started hearing about some of the wondering about how, when I remember the very first lady that talked to me about it, about how she was pregnant, she went in, and when she was in the hospital, she was asked, like, don't you think that you have enough kids? The judgment and the labeling of, no, you're not a good parent. You shouldn't be having any more kids. And making them feel less than when they're having their child. They have no other place to go to but to the hospital to go have their kids. And so, and I remember this one woman, and then she was the first one. There's been many, many, many others that have heard them cry about how they were having babies and they were having the babies apprehended at birth. Attachment is such a huge, huge thing to happen between a baby and a mom and their dad at that time. It's so essential to be happening at that time at birth and to develop that relationship. And yet it's severed right from the time that the baby is born, right when from the womb it's severed, that opportunity to develop a good relationship And a relationship to attach to your parent is severed right at the time of the birth. And then we know in mental health that if a child is apprehended, is that already the brain patterns start going in different pathways because of the trauma that is experienced at that time. It happens to the children. It happens to parents as well. And I've heard many women talk about how they were having babies for the government and how they could not keep their babies because of the system of what I have studied, cultural genocide, where the policy is absolutely to be having one outcome with the government, and that is the elimination, the eradication of culture and eradication of people, Indigenous people. But the policy is changed, expecting the same outcome. And that's this disconnection of and the loss of culture, Indigenous culture, and our families and our communities. But when I was listening to my two friends here talking about how the treatment that they received in the hospital when they're having their babies, it shouldn't be normal when an Indigenous woman goes into the hospital to be judged in the way that the judgment has happened with the racism and discrimination. It should not be normal to have a discussion or even to be told you have to be sterilized. That shouldn't have to happen, but it is. It's normal. It has become normal. And I have heard it from different ages. I've heard it right throughout my whole career. And that should not even be anything. It should be a moment of joy that another life has been given. And as I was listening to my two friends, and I keep on looking at the moccasins that are behind you, we should have babies wear those moccasins when they're born. And they should be able to wear those moccasins that through all the different sizes those moccasins are and be walking along with their culture. A lot of babies have not been able, they have been denied that opportunity. And they have been denied the opportunity to live because of judgments made to say that you aren't good enough to have another baby. You aren't good enough to continue to have family. Those decisions have been made by people that should not be making those comments. And it isn't up to them to be saying you can't have any more kids. It's up to the woman to be saying, you know what, I'm good enough with my 5 kids. I'm happy with my 5 kids. And yet this happens. It's become normal. It's become a normal process. And so that is how I started my work with understanding and getting to know what has happened, and so many things policies that have happened in Canada that are so hard to believe. Like I remember finding out about the Indian hospitals, about the segregated hospitals. I thought that those didn't happen in Canada. Canada is supposed to be better than this. Supposed to be better than what it is that we have. And I didn't know that we had segregated hospitals. And they closed in 1996. And they opened in the 40s because of TB, tuberculosis. The government blamed the Indigenous people for tuberculosis, and they opened Indian hospitals for experimentation. And children that were in there were from sometimes from the residential schools, but the Canadian government also made it law for Indigenous people to deny health care. So if I were sick and I didn't want to go to the hospital, I would be incarcerated. It was against the law to say that I don't need any health care. But this is where a lot of women too were faced sterilization at these Indian hospitals. Not only did experimentation happen, but a lot of sterilization, forced and coerced sterilization happened there. And I remember working with some women in there that, as they aged, wondered how many children it was that they would have had. And they were denied even having one, and because of the sterilization that they received in the hospitals. And the hospital that I'm referring to is the Charles Camsell Hospital in Edmonton. And it was one of the worst hospitals in Canada for the experimentation that went on and for the sterilization that went on. And some of the experimentation that went on had to do with some surgeries, so it was without anesthetic. And I remember this one lady talking about the scar that she had and wondering if she still had some of the material that they had put into her lungs as an experiment, and people die this way when yet they experienced that as kids. And there's the genocide and the crimes against children has been going on for since the 1800s, when the first prime minister laid the foundation by saying that the children have to be removed from their parents, because if they remain with their parents, they're going to remain savages. They're going to be just savages that can read and write. And if you remove them, then they're going to live like white men. And we know that when you can't remove a culture from anybody. There is little kids in the residential schools that still retain their languages, even though that they received harsh punishment for speaking their language. And but yeah, that was how my work started in understanding the sterilization.
Thank you, Dr. Reynolds. I think if the panel agrees, this might be a good time for a short break, if the tribunal is in agreement.
That's right.
Kanjakwa, welcome back, Sewagwegu. So we'll continue with our panel. And first, I just wanted to say a few words to those that are watching on the live stream. I know that we're fortunate here in this space that we have a support team on hand. And so we just want to reiterate that we encourage you to avail of the phone numbers that are provided that should be going across the screen. And also you can visit our-truths.com, and the numbers are there on the bottom of the page. Thank you for bearing with us. And so we'll have some more additional words of encouragement later on when we close the day. And so we'll continue with the panel on forced and coerced sterilization, led by Elisa Lombard from Aboriginal Legal Services. So I'll turn it over to Elisa. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Ms. Kistabish has decided to go home to take care of herself and her spirit. And so we really thank her for her presentation here today. As she said, this was the first time she spoke publicly about her experience. And so Ms. Kick and Dr. Reynolds will continue with the panel. Just to double back a little bit on the testimony you were providing, Dr. Reynolds, you mentioned the involvement of certain individuals in the sexual abuse that was occurring at Gordon's Residential School in Saskatchewan. Are you able to name them by name?
Again, the person that I had more experience with was the head child care worker at the time, and his name was Melvin McNabb, and he had gone to court through before the settlement agreement, and he was also named by other survivors during the Indian Residential School settlement agreement process. And the other individual was gone before I went to Gordon's, and his name is William Starr, and he was the one that was convicted of more than 400 incidences of sexual abuse and incarcerated for 4 years for crimes, sexual abuse crimes against children.
Thank you, Dr. Reynolds. Moving now into the types of trauma that you've studied as an expert in this field and the lasting impacts of those traumas. Are you able to share with us your understanding of those different types of categories, how they interact and how they impact the survivors of forced and coerced sterilization?
I can. Thank you. We're always talking about trauma is a common word that's used now, or trauma-informed practices. What I have come to see is that trauma that happens is, I call it, there's two different kinds of trauma that I have seen in my work. And one is normal trauma that happens to anybody. They don't have to be Indigenous to experience it. It can happen to anybody. And that trauma is related to, could be a car accident. It could be a medical condition. It could be something where you experience an event. And what our bodies do is we respond very temporarily to that event, where it really puts us in our abilities to cope. It raises our heart rate and it raises our ability to cope, like I say, if we're in a car accident. But as soon as that's over, then you're okay. You're okay in terms of your heart rate going back down again. But the trauma related specifically to genocide is so different, because when you experience, like in my work with the kids in the beginning, and also with survivors of forced and coerced sterilization, is that the perpetrator is there. You're with the perpetrator all the time. And when we're talking about the forced and coerced sterilization, like I had said earlier, when you're pregnant and you're going to be going into the hospital to deliver a baby, that is where our choices are limited in terms of where we go and seek help when we're in delivery, or even before. Some women don't even seek medical help because of their previous experience with the medical profession, and what happens is that you have distrust of the system based on your experience, and whether your experience is personal or like personal that you experienced it, but you also may have experienced it intergenerationally as well. If you were my daughter and I had the experience where I was told I wasn't going to be a good mom when I had you, or I was not going to, you're not going to have a good life as a result of me being your mom. And I would tell her when she was pregnant, is like, I don't know if you should really go to the doctor. My experience can be passed on to her intergenerationally. And then so she learns that, well, maybe the healthcare system is not the place to go to. And so this is why lots of times when we have somebody, an Indigenous person experiencing a health issue, they don't always go and seek medical help right away because of that distrust, because of their experiences, their previous experiences. They have learned not to trust the healthcare system, whether because of experimentation, racism, discrimination, and then you learn to feel shamed of who you are. You're not going to be a good mom. Like when you were saying earlier, when you were testifying, and Jackie, when she was testifying, being told that they're not going to be good moms. And as people, we always have questions on how we parent, never mind being Indigenous and what it is that they see and perceive us and judge us as. everybody has questions. Am I a good enough parent? There's no book that comes with the babies to say, this is what you do to become a good parent. This is how you're going to talk. This is how you're going to think. Like, even in a family of 5 children, every single one of them are different. We don't have books to parent them. So we already have those questions. But when we're being judged and we're being told, you shouldn't have any more kids. And so I'm going to sterilize you because you shouldn't have any more kids. You're not going to be a good parent and that kind of stuff, right? That impacts us, and it impacts us lifelong. And then you learn not to trust the system because of that judgment. It doesn't matter what it is. You may not go and seek medical help because of that. And then if you've been experimented on, and then of course you're going to have that same fear. Is if I do go, am I going to take the medicine it is that I'm being prescribed? Is it going to help me, or is it not going to help me? We learn to not trust the system when we have been experimented on and when we haven't had positive experiences. But so this is what the trauma is related to genocide, is when the perpetrator when we're with the perpetrator all the time. It doesn't matter in what setting. I can go to the drugstore after we leave here, and the pharmacist can start judging me and saying, we don't take, I'm a status person, and I your thing is not covered, your medicine is not covered under Indian Affairs or Indigenous Services, whatever the name is now. And is that we learn to know that it's normal to be experiencing racism and discrimination all the time. It doesn't matter who we are. It doesn't matter what we have done for work. It doesn't matter who we are. We're based on the color of our skin. And so the trauma that's related to the genocide is based on the color of our skin. And we experience that on an ongoing basis. And then too, there's been research that has been done in the US, and it was based on some physicians noticing that there's patients coming in with incidences of heart attacks and strokes and that kind of stuff. And so these doctors started questioning their patients and saying, so tell me what happened to you. You seem pretty successful. You're a judge, or you're a doctor, or you're a professional. And then, but you're coming in with heart attack at a young age. You're coming in with some diseases that people experience who have a lot of stress. And in this study, there's over 17,000, and every single one of them, when they were children, had experienced where there's domestic violence. There were 10 different factors, but they had experienced domestic violence, incarceration, substance abuse, suicides, and those kind of mental health issues. And so what the doctors found out in the US was that the higher, they call it doses, higher doses of these experiences are going to make it where you're going to experience more incidences of mental health issues. And yes, those same factors, the incarceration, substance abuse, suicidal ideation, and sexual abuse, physical abuse, emotional abuse, those are all common within the Indigenous community. But the difference is, in addition to that, is that we have the social determinants of health, where there's higher poverty, there's housing isn't good at all, and employment options are not really good at all. Education and genocide is another factor that's in there. And so we have to think of all those factors when we're talking about trauma, and when we're looking at specifically trauma related to genocide. And when earlier when my friends were talking about their experiences with forced and coerced sterilization, is that both of them were talking about, specifically Jackie was talking about how she's looking to be adopting other children so that she can feel that love. That grief is lifelong. And that's the other thing in related to this, is that when you experience this trauma, the impacts are lifelong, not like the normal trauma where it happens and you move on. But this is lifelong experiences of mental health issues it is that we have. And whether it's depression or suicidal ideation, many times some people will attempt suicide. I remember one of the kids that I was working with in Gordon's when that said to me, he was 12 at the time, and he was talking about when he was 8, he said, I started trying to hurt myself when I was 8 because I felt what was happening to me was not right, and he was being sexually abused. And it isn't normal for a little 8-year-old to be attempting suicide. But those experiences of trauma at a young age, our bodies remember that. Our bodies remember that. And so we get triggered by different experiences that we have on a more common basis, based on racism and discrimination of who we are. I don't know if I explained that in a good enough way. And then, of course, treatment. Most treatments are interventions are based on Western mental health practices, and they aren't going to be effective because we have our own cultural ways of dealing with trauma. I heard this many times, and I'm not one that I haven't received any training on how to do Indigenous cultural interventions, but I certainly am I practice ceremonial ways, but I've never been taught on how to conduct ceremonies. And I have heard many times is that when you experience traumas, your spirit leaves you. And that in the psychological world would be the disassociation where you leave. And a lot of the kids, when they experience sexual abuse or physical abuse, to leave mentally the sexual abuse at the time, they'll focus on something else. They'll focus on the holes that are up in the ceiling, and their spirit will leave them. And so in our ways, Indigenous ways, the treatment is to bring your spirit back, to have your spirit reconnect so that you can do your healing. And you can't do that in the Western ways. And so for our interventions, the best way is to have cultural intervention, and in the different Indigenous languages, people can describe symptoms of depression just like how they are outlined in the DSM for diagnosing a mental health, and yet those same symptoms are identified in our languages. And so if we can identify those symptoms in our languages and our Indigenous languages, we certainly have the treatment for it. And then if the number of mental health practitioners aren't really high, and so the other thing that needs to happen in terms of Western therapists is further competency, but they have to know the trauma, the cultural genocide trauma that's related specifically to that area. You know, like, yes, we have experienced residential schools and Indian hospitals and the forced and coerced sterilization. And that's good to know it on a pan side, but we also have to know specifically to those communities what it is that they have experienced. And that competency is so important for anybody that is working with Indigenous people. And medical practitioners in a hospital in a town need to know the neighboring Indigenous communities and specifically what traumas have been experienced in that area. Sometimes depending on where you're located, the depth of experience is higher in some areas than it is in others. And so that competency really, really needs to happen. And understanding why relationship building is so important in terms of trauma. And when a person, if I'm going to go to a hospital, is that medical staff in there, that judgment is related to the outcome of a person not coming to seek treatment because of how it is that you say things, the medical staff say things. Did you want to add to that?
Yeah. Thank you so much for. Whoa. Sorry. There's definitely a couple of things that you touched on that I definitely relate to, like my experience as a survivor, as well as things that I've heard from other survivors. And I think one of the big things is definitely the trauma around receiving medical care. Personally, I find it very, very challenging to go to the doctors, to be able to have a good relationship with a physician, because I'm automatically in that same heightened state. And it has really had an effect on my health personally, in that because I wasn't seeking treatment, and also the part that you had talked about, where when we experience trauma, we leave our bodies. And so for me, there's always been this huge disconnect between myself and my body, and almost like a rejection of myself. And because of those two things, you know, I like to think I'm quite young, but I'm diabetic now. You know, I've had lots of struggle with my weight and other medical conditions, and I do know that the amount of mental work that I have to do to be able to go into a physician is a lot. And I think, sorry, I'm getting a lot of feedback. I don't know if everybody else can hear it, but
Yes.
It's mildly distracting. I think it's really, really important to be able to really understand that disconnection between body and spirit and self, because in a lot of ways, it's almost like you abandon yourself because you become foreign to your own self and feeling comfortable in your own body. And especially when it comes to sterilization in particular, because it's a physical harm to your physical body. It's definitely really, really heightened. And I've also really struggled with this idea of, am I a good parent? And one of the ways that that's manifested for me is this intense, almost hyper vigilance and fear of child protective services. And so one of my greatest fears in life is that CAS, Child Protective Services, would find out that I was sterilized, and that could be used as grounds or part of the consideration for potentially apprehending and removing my children. And the reality is like that wasn't very, like, I was a good mom. I took care of my children. I provided for them. I, gave them access to culture and teachings and community. And I still had this like constant agonizing fear that if I messed up in any way, I would lose these children. And because I didn't have the ability to have more children as well, it just compounded everything. And I also want to touch on what you said about the need for ceremony. So I guess kind of two things with this. First of all, we're talking about intergenerational trauma. When we're talking about forced and coerced sterilization, the reality is a large number of these sterilizations are happening during child delivery. And so that means that my daughter, who is here, has been significantly impacted by this as well. And this practice in particular is a direct disruption of cultural practices, because as Haudenosaunee, telling our children their birth stories and how it is that they came into this world and who was there and what the weather was like and all of these things that shape them, and we tell them these stories to root them and ground them in who they are as Haudenosaunee, so that they can live the rest of their life rooted and grounded. I wasn't able to tell my daughter her birth story because this is the story of how she came into the world. And this is just as much a part of her story as it is mine. And there are so many survivors that have experienced the same thing, where their sterilization happened during birth. And each one of those is a direct disruption of culture. And it's also a disruption in culture in that there are children that aren't here that had duties and responsibilities, and my ability to transmit cultural knowledge and language has been completely severed. I don't have that ability. And so as I've struggled to come to terms with this, I've done therapy, I've done lots of different things. And I was talking to some friends, like some ceremony friends. I came to the realization that we have all of the answers. Everything that I need to heal already exists within Haudenosaunee culture, traditions, and ceremonies. And so hide tanning is also grief work. So the process of making leather. because you're working with the dead. And so when you when you work on those hides, it's grief, and it helped to put me back in my body to do something physical to put myself back into my body. And so I did this hide tanning camp with my daughter, who was being delivered when I was sterilized, and had asked the women in my life to come and share space and support. And together we processed this hide. And it really can't be understated how powerful what we already have is when it comes to healing. And sometimes it can also be like reimagining or looking at the ways of what we already have and how it can be applied. What do we have to deal with grief as our nations? What ceremonies already exist? What things do we do to deal with grief? What things exist for anger and these different emotions that we have? And it is so crucial to support survivors in their healing journey in a way that feels good for them, and that allows also the nation and the community to be involved in that healing. Because, like I've said, it's not just the survivors that are feeling the grief and the rage and the anger. It is all of our nations collectively.
Thank you for talking about disease. And I just wanted to go back to what I have seen and with trauma is that normal trauma, you're in that state of trauma where your heart rate goes up and you go back to it. Like if you were experiencing normal trauma, it goes back into equilibrium quite quickly. But when you're experiencing trauma related to genocide, you're in that state of hyperarousal all the time. Like you're always, that you're going to be judged, and you're going to be, say, like even going to the drugstore, and you're going to be followed around based on the color of your skin because you might shoplift. Like all these judgments always come out. But when you're in that hyper state of arousal, our bodies were not meant to be in that hyper state of arousal with your heart rate going up and your blood pressure up. And our bodies were meant to go back as soon as, like in the days when we had tigers chasing us, is that as soon as a tiger disappeared, then we would be okay. Not with us. Our heart rates remain up. And then our bodies were not meant to be in that hyper state of arousal all the time. And so that's why we get diseases. Like we have such a high incidence of diabetes, high incidence of problems with heart issues. We have high incidences like that. And it's because our bodies were not meant to be in the state all the time. And when people get physical diseases as a result of the trauma experiences, is that then a lot of times they don't even go in to go seek help because of the fears of what their experiences will be with the medical profession or whoever it is that they have to see. And so that they're lifelong. And then we have shorter life expectancy because of that.
I know the trauma work that you've done and the studies that you've undertaken and completed, and Ms. Kick, and the work that you've done in educating members of the survivor circle and population at large. Have you been able to identify any patterns of conditions or treatment that are state imposed that give rise to these traumas that certainly appear to cause mental and physical harm? Are there any institutional trappings any practices, programs that you've been able to observe in your work?
That make a difference for the genocide? That are Western based?
That cause it?
That cause it? Oh my gosh. It would be all the systems that we have, the justice system, the health system, the education. Like every single system that we have absolutely causes and increases our experiences to trauma that's related to genocide. There isn't one system that I can think of where somebody comes out like, oh, that was a really positive experience. I haven't experienced that. There's problems with all the different systems, whether it's the health system and the harms that have been done in that system, and the education system, for sure. Like again, there's so many little children now that are going through schools and where they're medicated because of their behaviors, that'll come out at some point. And then of course we have the child welfare system where the removal of children has not stopped in the last 200 years. And now we have more children in care than we did through the residential school system. And that system is just horrendous effect on the child and on the family and intergenerationally. And that I had one experience that comes to mind really quickly is I used to go to this one car wash to have my vehicle detailed, and the owner had different refugees that were working in there, and he was teaching them how to adapt to Canada and all that kind of stuff. And one of the young people that he had there he thought that he was Métis, but he had a baby. He was a 7-month-old baby, and he said, I want to be a really good dad. I didn't have that experience when I was growing up, but I don't know who I am. I don't know my family. I don't know where I don't know my family history. He grew up in care from the time that he was an infant. And then I said, well, why don't you contact Children's Services and get your records, and I can help you to see if we can determine where your family is, and if we can make some connections to your family so that you could teach your baby some of your family history. And so sure enough, he got his records, and from the time that he was 2 to the time that he was 18, he was in 32 different homes. No sense of, and then of course, names are all redacted, can't make any connections. That's all we were able to determine was the number of placements that he had. And, but in that time, when you think of attachment, he didn't attach to anybody. He had no family. When he turned 18, the system threw him out, and now he was on his own. And he was 28 years old at the time. And but he never attached to anybody. I would go into your home, and he learned to blame himself for being an awful person because he thought that he was rejected in every single home that he went into. He never knew for sure, but this is what he learned, is that in his first home, maybe he got to like the person that was there, and then he didn't stay there for too long, and then he went to another home, and then every time that he went to, when he was transferred from home to home, he trusted less, he loved less. He learned how to not have relationships with someone because he was going to be gone. He was going to get rejected by them, right? And so when you think of the lifelong damage and hurt that he experienced, him and how many other thousands and thousands of kids that have gone through the child welfare system, and now as a parent, he wanted to do better as a parent. And I talked to him about how It has to be a conscious effort. And I heard this from survivors and anyway, whether it was residential school or through Forced and Coerced, is that learning how to hug, learning how to say I love you, and learning how to have that connection of looking into each other's eyes, and really being present. That's going to take a lot of work to repair the damage and the harms that have been done from genocide. And it has to be done with intention. And I know I experienced that with my own kids. And you may have done that too with your children, is that, and healing from this and addressing those harms that we have experienced because of genocide, we have to do it with intention and with presence right now, and learning how to have feelings when we shut those feelings down from a long time ago from a lack of trust, and for all the mistreatment it is that we have experienced. It can be done, but I have seen it done. I have seen people change, but it's a lot of intention and relying on our cultural ways when you're talking about the different activities like doing the hides and doing the ceremonies and that, and reconnecting and finding out who you are as an Indigenous person, and that it's okay to participate in your ceremony and it's okay to speak your language. All those things that we have been told right from the time that we were children are wrong about being Indigenous. It takes a lot of intention to become aware of your cultural background. And it's okay to speak your language. It may sound a little weird in the beginning, but it's okay to start speaking your language. And I have seen, since the process of the Indian Residential School Settlement Agreement, I have seen a resurgence of Indigenous people being interested in their culture, and a resurgence of language, and look at the beautiful ribbon dresses and the jewelry. That's a resurgence of, I'm Indigenous and I'm okay with that. And I'm going to be good enough for me. And we learn that it's not okay to be treated the way that we have been treated because of genocide. But we need more. We've come a long way, but we need to go a lot further.
And so, with respect to the sufficiency of resources for these types of healing programs and the revitalization of these ways to enable that healing, what are your views on the sufficiency of those resources and how they could be either better allocated or allocated at all, or reframed in such a way to increase their effectiveness?
And that's a really, really good question. And what Canada does is that when they fund something, the funding isn't long term. It isn't funded on a permanent basis as it should be, because Canada's responsible for what it is that it has done in terms of their acts of genocide. They also have to fund the healing, the reparations that need to happen. They need to fund that on a long-term basis. And when I say long-term, I don't know how long-term that's going to be. And this was one of the recent discussions I had recently was on the program that I developed for the Indian Residential School Resolution Health Support Program. It's to deal with the trauma related to the residential schools. And they were looking at not funding it after this past fiscal year. And when I spoke with one of the representatives from the government, I said, do you have evidence, like if there's discussion that you're not going to be funding this program anymore, do you have evidence of where there's an incidence of suicides have decreased? Do you have evidence of the incidences of incarceration rates have decreased? Do you have evidence of substance abuse rates going down? Have you evidence of diseases like diabetes decreasing? Have you have evidence of our lifestyles have become equal you know, like equity, maybe equity. I don't know about equality right now. And then she said, no, we have no evidence of that. And I said, so then why are you not funding this program that is needed, you know? And who knows how many more years it's going to take. It's going to take generations. It's going to be multiple generations. Like I said, we've come a long way, but we still have so much more to go. And we have generations left to go. And so that funding has to be committed from the government. These are the harms it is that we're talking about. The trauma is directly related to genocide. And it's going to take a long, long time to fix it. But it's also going to take, in addition to funding, it's also going to take it has to take some commitment to educate not only the government, but all the different systems, and educate them on the competencies of what, even the tone of voice, even the volume of the voice, the judgment that happens, like as we're talking about this afternoon, the forced and coerced sterilization of, like, you're not going to be a good mom. You should, like, are you sure you want to have more kids? The way that is said is the judgment hurts. You can feel it, you know? And so we need to do a lot more education. And there's been, like, the Truth and Reconciliation, there's the calls to action. Those haven't been fully implemented, you know? Like, we still have the current government is focusing on economic development as opposed to all of the other funding that needs to be put in place for languages, like to have that continued. Language is just only one example. So there needs to be more of a commitment where these are going to be programs that are going to be funded on an annual basis instead of reapplying all the time.
And a final couple of questions. If you could both address them in turn, is what can you tell us about the Survivors Circle's mandate and what's different about it? And also, what can you tell us about the necessity of trauma-informed and culturally grounded healthcare with respect to Indigenous peoples, and specifically with respect to birthing practices?
There's so many things that
Il y a tellement de choses, je ne sais pas où commencer.
justice
Quand on parle de justice
is
pour la reproduction, reproductive, c'est...
But support and not having it dictated, because that tends to be what it is that will happen, is that you will have it dictated in what it is that you need to heal. And this way, and what the Survivor Circle is doing is that you tell us what it is that you need to do for your healing. And I think that's very positive. And then the education piece, and you could speak to that. And the education piece, I think, is really good. And one of the reasons I think why the education piece is so good is that because the number of survivors is increasing because they're learning about what is available. And they are also learning that they are not alone in this process. And you addressed that, and when you were talking too, is that women and men, it's hard to come to believe and understand and accept that this has actually happened to you. And so there's some reluctance to talk about it and then to even go forward. And so what the Survivor Circle, with the education piece and the outreach it is that they do, is that other survivors have come forward. And so there's a registry of names it is that they have collected. And that's very, very positive, because the numbers are increasing with the more education it is that's happening. And I think that's very, very key. And then they're also involved with research as well. They have partnered up with the university on a couple of research projects, and And the education piece is really good with that. Those are some of the things that I'm impressed with the Survivor Circle. If you want to expand or add to that.
Yeah. Actually, just wanted to bounce back really quick to the question about systems. Because when we're talking about forced and coerced sterilization, there's such a layered systemic problem as to how it is that this was a practice that was at some points legislated in certain provinces, that was attempted to be legislated in others, and like there are multiple systems that kind of interweave with each other that have laid the foundation to allow this practice to happen historically, but also that allow it to continue to continue to be practiced today. And I really need to be clear that this practice of Indigenous women being sterilized without their consent continues to happen today and is an ongoing and present issue. And a big part of the reason why is because when we look at the structures of how these systems were developed, like the Indian Act is foundational in informing how all of these, how the health system is set up, how the justice system is set up, and that disdain for Indigenous people is fundamentally baked in to the healthcare system, to the justice system, to the social services system that deals with apprehension of children. And it is imperative that if we are going to address the issue of forced and coerced sterilization, that it's addressed through systemic solutions, including the passing of Bill S-228, which seeks to clarify the criminal code to include forced and coerced sterilization as a charge of assault. And this is also a part of the work of the Survivor Circle, and there is such a need to understand the systemic impact and how this bill is going to be implemented. And it's also, I think, needs to be said and made really clear that, like, these practices have been going on for hundreds of years. We are sitting where we are today because these practices have been happening for hundreds of years in this country. And it's going to take time to undo not only the harm and the healing, but also to undo and untangle those systemic scenarios that have laid the foundation for these practices to continue to impact our communities today.
Thanks for mentioning that. One example is birth alerts. In all the provinces, they have changed it where they were supposed to stop happening, right? And so policy-wise, it's there, but the practice still continues, and birth alerts are when a baby is born and a medical staff will call children's services and say that this baby should be apprehended, and then they get apprehended based on the judgment of the medical staff that make the call. And they say that it has stopped. Policy-wise, it's there, but practice and the mentality of the staff haven't changed. And so those calls still persist and they still happen. And so changing policy is good, but it's also the training and the mindset of the staff that work in these different systems. That's going to take a long time. And so it's a lot of work in all the different sectors of education. And again, you can educate someone, but you also it has to connect with them that a judgment that when they see an Indigenous person, that's has to be influenced in some way. And maybe one of the influencers could be with this change, with this bill that's coming to change the criminal code for a physician to be charged under the criminal code if they perform a sterilization
without consent.
Yeah.
And so there were a few things that came up that the tribunal panel may not be aware of or familiar with, such as the concept of a birth alert, which is a document that's typically issued by a child and family service institution to a hospital to advise them that a woman is soon to come in to give birth and that they are concerned for the well-being of the child. In some instances, those justifications are certainly not spelled out in any amount of great detail. They are expected, they being the hospital is expected to act upon these birth alerts subsequent to the national inquiries on missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls final report. Mm-hmm. Several provinces decided to discontinue that practice, but the concern remains that it carries on as a matter of policy in other ways. So I just wanted to explain that. Also, you heard Benicio, Ms. Kick, talk about how sexual sterilization was legislated. The legislation of sexual sterilization in Canada was a fact in British Columbia and Alberta, lacking by a singular vote and passing through the legislature of Saskatchewan. And so there is certainly some evidence on the record with respect to that legislated practice and those discussions in Parliament or in the provincial legislatures, rather, about why they thought it important to bring in that legislation, which brings us to the topic of eugenics, which was not raised. Eugenics is an ideology that stands for the proposition that some folks should have children and others should not because of inherent, what the ideology would call are genetic or other types of deficiencies. It's long since been repudiated. There are several resources that attach directly to the issue of forced and coerced sterilization that talk about eugenics that I think are probably quite important for the panel to consume. Some of that work is done by Dr. Karen Stote, who has published 2 very informative books on the issue. And on the issue of legislation, Benicio mentioned Bill S-228, which has just recently, I believe, partially passed the 3rd reading in the House of Commons. There are a plethora of Hansard transcripts about what politicians had to say about it and why it's important and what some of the concerns may be, so on and so forth. And so I think having access to those Hansards would probably be helpful. And Krista will explain the rest of it. And so I'm given to understand that the panel now has some time to pose questions to the witnesses.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much for both your testimonies, your courage, and of the previous witness, and the work that you've been doing to counter the destruction of the people and the culture that you've been talking about. So I just wanted to ask a sort of, you've dealt with some of what I was thinking, which was about the government's response to these issues of forced and coerced sterilization, and also to the issue of medical experimentation, which you mentioned, Dr. Reynolds. I wondered about the extent of investigation into these issues, both these issues. So whether the federal government or provincial governments have initiated any kind of investigations into forced and coerced sterilizations and into medical experimentation on children or on anybody without their consent, and whether they've set up any kind of reparation program or anything like that.
It's okay. So regarding the experimentation, and when we did the Indian Residential School Settlement Agreement and the hearings for under the Truth and Reconciliation, we heard some testimony from survivors who had experienced that. Those and then also there's a current lawsuit that just was passed, and there's Indigenous people can apply under the Indian hospitals. I was one of the advisory people for the Canadian Medical Association when they did their apology for the Indian hospitals, and so survivors can apply for compensation for harms that were done that they experienced in the Indian hospitals. And but in terms of actual investigations, I'm not aware, other than the lawsuits that have happened, and then some investigations, I guess, would be like when Elise was talking about authors and publishing about Indian hospital experimentation and forced and coerced sterilization experiences at the Indian hospitals. But I'm not aware of any investigations per se where Canada was taken to court on it.
In terms of the sterilization practices, and I'm not sure if this is kind of what it is that you're asking particularly, but there was a Senate study on forced and coerced sterilization, and that looked at and heard testimony from survivors across the country. And in terms of compensation, there has not been compensation. The Survivor Circle for Reproductive Justice did have a healing fund that was available for survivors, specifically for healing, but in terms of any compensation, there has been none. And there are a number of lawsuits throughout the country that my understanding is Canada is choosing to fight those lawsuits.
So I guess you can, like, in terms of investigations, it all depends on what type of investigation and in Canada accepting responsibility.
That's basically what I meant.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, those would be the ones that I'm aware of in relation to that. There's been all kinds of lawsuits. The first lawsuit that we had was the Indian Residential School Settlement Agreement, and then from there we had another lawsuit for harms done for in boarding school, not boarding school, day school, where again children were placed into day school, I guess. They went to school stayed in their homes, but they still experienced abuse. And then we had the 60 scoop where children were taken and some were sold and placed in different child welfare or adopted. And that was settled. And then we have one on Jordan's Principle, it's called, and it's where children fall between the provincial government responsibility and federal government responsibility. And then so there's, instead of denying services to children, it's that fund is there to provide those services or whatever it is that the child needs. And then the Indian Hospital. So it's been different lawsuits like that have been taking place. But the government only apologized for the Indian residential schools. They didn't do anything else. And then in terms of, those lawsuits have been settled. Some of them have been settled. But in terms of providing, there's some compensation related to it. But then where's the healing? Like funding for healing, for ongoing healing, you recognize and you have taken responsibility, but then healing is going to take a long time, and that's the one where I was saying earlier is that funding is only available for whatever duration of that lawsuit is, and then it stops. And meanwhile, the healing still hasn't completed, right? And so that's the challenge, is that this is going to take generations. It isn't only going to be the victims that have been that are healing. It's intergenerationally, but it takes a long time.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Miigwech, thank you. I want to ask about these institutions, these, like CFS, like the medical system. In your assessment, do they operate through a Eurocentric notion of what the family is? Is there some element of that comes into play in addition to some
Yes, absolutely. It isn't the Indigenous definition of a family. When I developed the Indian Residential School Resolution Health Support Program, family is included, but it's the Indigenous definition of family. If I had my children biologically and I adopted other children, they would be eligible for counseling services or emotional support services. And under the CFS Children's Services, it's the Western-based definition of family.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would completely agree. It's all of these. They're all basically from a Eurocentric perspective, and then that is then like informed onto Indigenous peoples.
Follow up on Francis's question. Thank you for your testimony. And I understand that Canada has responsibility for legislating the forced sterilization And it sounds like there have been some civil claims. But are there also individual physicians who are operating with impunity because the state has failed or is failing to prosecute this systemic obstetric violence, which I thought would be a criminal act. So maybe you could explain more why the criminal code is being amended to criminalize.
Just to clarify, yes, correct. It was a criminal act, and Bill S-228 is a for further certainty bill. And it's a for further certainty bill to clarify that non-consensual sterilization constitutes an aggravated assault.
To clarify the existing
To clarify the existing law, correct. In fairness, I don't think that Dr. Reynolds and Ms. Kick would have answered that question.
And I just wanted to know a recent vivid example of discrimination against Indigenous people in the health care system by acknowledging Joyce Edgecombe, if I'm pronouncing it right, who live streamed her mistreatment shortly before her death in 2020. And I wondered if there's been any movement by Canada or Quebec to adopt Joyce's principles, which was proposed by the First Nation to eradicate discrimination in the healthcare system. I'm assuming there hasn't been, but if there's any updates on that.
All I know is that there is supposed to be training attached to that, training for healthcare staff. And just recently, there is a report that came out where there's been a delay and not an uptake on the training. And I don't know what else that someone else wants to add to that, but it's a lot more work needs to be done and on the uptake of the death that followed. You're welcome.
Wat konoro, tana wat konorado, si kante sawe, tanote sawaro. Thank you for your testimonies. It's really interesting. And I was thinking when you were talking about the child welfare system, if you know how many of the mothers, especially when they're trying to take away their babies, and what percentage of mothers had already been in the child welfare system and had their babies taken away because of that reason, that they had already been in the child welfare system. Can you talk about that?
I don't have any numbers in terms of how many, like intergenerationally, have been in the system. What I know in BC, in British Columbia, for birth alerts, there was 58% of the calls were related to Indigenous women. And so there is higher percentage of Indigenous women being reported than non-Indigenous women. But in terms of intergenerationally, that would be a really interesting number to know of how many, what the rates are. Sorry, I don't have that information. You're welcome.
Thank you. We don't have any more questions for you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Madam Chairs, I have a request because I'm not sure procedurally what the thing is. We haven't asked to have any follow-up questions once you've asked your questions.
but based on some of the issues raised and based on some material we believe that would be of assistance to the panel, may I have a couple of questions with the witness and then point to some evidentiary things that might be of assistance? Thank you. So I just want to follow up on a couple of things for the purpose of there's a very large body of evidence before the panel members, but the panel members come from all over the world. And I think we might have taken for granted some like the discussions we have, and when we say things like the Indian Act and this and that, and we're citing and dropping things like Bill C-228, which we're very entrenched and familiar with, but will require some more things. So I'm going to first ask you, Gasenio, based on your position as the person responsible for public education for the Survivors Circle for Reproductive Justice, if you would make available to the prosecutorial team any publicly available document on sterilization, what consent is, or what the consent standard is, or any documents that would be on the website, could you make those available to the prosecutorial team so they could upload it for? Yes, you can? Yes, perfect. One of the things of note for the panel is we have already uploaded. So during a question to Dr. Reynolds, there was a discussion. It was actually to Jackie first, in relation to the Bastille report, the most recent report that literally was publicly released yesterday, and you heard the prosecutor ask specifically and mentioned 167 more deaths and 17 that weren't previously. That was literally publicly released yesterday. However, the prosecutorial team did receive a request, and I'm just opening the request so I can read it to you. So we had received a request from the First Nations of Quebec and Labrador Health and Social Services Commission, which represents the interests of First Nations in several fields, including justice and health. And they had provided to us the actual report one day before it had launched, so we couldn't address it till it had formally launched. It launched yesterday. We reviewed it. We said, yes, in fact, you won't have to make a written submission. The prosecutorial team will support it being uploaded. So the report, this is the report that was discussed, that released yesterday, can be uploaded. It actually has. It's been uploaded into Jackie's because Jackie took the time to personally thank Susie Bastille, who has authored. In addition, in the indictment in relation to that particular issue on the section on forced and coerced sterilization, there's references to the various reports that were done. One in Saskatchewan, that one was done by Senator Boyer, and it's in that's uploaded in other documents. So what we'll do is the team will take a time to sort of maybe lay out a one-pager on where these can be located within the drive or under which documents they go. And we'll work with Gasenio Kick to ensure that we get, if there's the public-facing documents from the Survivor Circle for Reproductive Justice that we can also upload to assist you. They did a large amount of advocacy work around Bill 228, which included some information on like what is consent, what is and why, and about the bill. And it was just public information so any Canadian could understand in plain language, like a 101 that would be of assistance, that if we can work with Ms. Kick, we will produce and upload that to her file folder. Okay. And then a couple other follow-up questions, just so we can sort of tie up a few things for you. You heard reference on the eugenic theories. That was also a large part of the discussions around Bill 228 in Canada and submissions. And so what we will do is in this same folder, we will upload, and it was available only through a link. So if you look at the exhibit sheets that as part of this panel, there were links in relation to what was heard at the Hansard of the second reading. We'll actually just pull the script for you and upload it so you have it already and don't have to navigate through a link, but it is already in the record. And the two legislations that were discussed in Alberta and BC, British Columbia, are on the basis of eugenics theory. And then there's a whole discussion of it on the floor of the House of Commons in the second reading by every party in politics. And in that same Hansard, all the parties recognize the act and the acts of sterilization, the horrific acts of sterilizations that are
ongoing and continuing is unacceptable. And that is why there is a need to change and increase the clarity of the bill, because it is already an unlawful act. So, but now the new act, when it fully passes, specifies as forced and forced sterilization. Because in 2026, we have to make that clear in law that it's a battery. And a great insult. Sorry, I'm just like following up on the notes we went through. And finally, in relation, thank you, that's what I missed. Finally, in relation to Joyce Ashwan question, I think that the panel did provide you the best answers they probably had access to. The coroner's report that came out of that, and the question, if I understood it correctly, you were asking, was in relation to the implementation or if anyone's done any work on it yet. Was I understanding that correctly?
The principles that were proposed, Canada and the province were asked to consider adopting those principles.
From the First Nation.
From the First Nation.
Yeah, from the procedure. And it was actually included in the coroner's report on that, the final coroner's report on that. And there has been some work, a minimal amount of work done on it, mostly academic, in relation to the uptake of it. But one of the experts on that particular panel, who was also a member of the Sinclair Working Group, which was a working group from the Brian Sinclair death, has written a little bit on it. We will locate that article. And basically, it explains no one's really taking up the calls. There were promises to, and some local hospitals or hospital authorities have, but on a provincial and larger state level, it hasn't happened. And the only other thing, and I would suggest that Ms. Gasenio Kick had mentioned a couple of phrases that I think some of the panel members would have understood, but maybe not everyone. And when she was talking, I think she said something like land back lane. Did I hear that correctly? Or was it land back work? So in terms of in immediately Indigenous activists in Canada would recognize that Gasenio Kick is a land defender who stands up in certain circumstances to protect land and areas or territories that were believed to, like that are not believed, that are traditionally in Indigenous law belonging to Indigenous people, where things like golf courses are trying to be built, or things like housing development on land that's been clearly declared as territory of a particular group and has lived experience specifically as it relates to one incident. So when she referenced, and please correct me, Ms. Kick, if I say this wrong, she referenced the type of like surveillance and things that she went through. She has direct experience in that, and her connection to the impact and the way you treat the land on and violence towards Indigenous women's bodies is, if there was any of the panel members that wanted to have follow-up questions on it, I would suggest, given what's left on the record, this is the one person that's going to be able to provide you that information. So I just want to put that back to the panel in case they had further questions. Thank you.
So when you talked about, sorry, I forgot, when you talked about police violence, surveillance, arrest, that was in relation to your activism in the land back movement. Okay. Good for you.
But so I had forgotten about surveillance, and I had written my notes. I guess I wanted to ask either one of you, because what the work that you're doing is a threat to Canada's status quo. So have either one of you been informed that you have been surveilled by CSIS, the Canadian Services Intelligence. I don't know, it's kind of an oxymoron that they give themselves as intelligence agencies, but is there any information that you might possess of yourself or others who are suspected of being under surveillance, or has there been any consequences of the people that you know who have been surveilled in your knowledge? And have you, both of you, been informed about surveillance and why you've been surveyed?
So, yes, and I think that there are many reasons why Indigenous people are experience surveillance, and for me, at the end of the day, and at the root of it, we are trying to fulfill our cultural roles and responsibilities, plain and simple. And in a lot of ways, those roles and responsibilities don't align with the way Canada would like things to function. And I know my friend has also experienced, not necessarily by police, but
yeah, I haven't been advised that I've been under surveillance, but I have certainly experienced some actions of violence by deniers, and starting right after the first disclosures of 17 girls and wardens.
Not to provide. Hello, can we get this whole thing? Not that I'm providing testimony, but I do want to explain that CSIS and RCMP will not actually advise you. If you make a Freedom of Information request, you may discover that you're on a list, but unless you're actually detained or questioned towards a specific incident of land defense, then you might find out, or they might advise you. But and so again, not to testify, but prior to my time with the National Inquiry, I was on the RCMP watch list, and we only learned that because we did a Freedom of Information request on a SHRC grant. So it's not uncommon for Indigenous people that do advocacy work, even when it's lawful advocacy work, to have a level of surveillance on the things they're doing. And so, but it's not I would have never have known but for a Freedom of Information request. And when you talk to folks, there's the Pamela Palmeters and the Cindy Blackstocks, who learn this things happen through Freedom of Information requests too, right? And so it's not necessarily, there's some people, I think, my colleague just joked to me, I don't want to know. She's not going to ask for one, right? So, but it's not surprising that, and during the National Inquiry, we had individuals who worked for the inquiry in capacities of support and in traditional medicine. And that's the same time the Maclean's article came out that named the enemies of the states, Canada's enemies of the states. And it had one of our medicine women at BC, because she was a pipeline protester, an Indigenous land defender. She was on the cover of Maclean's magazine as Canada's enemy number one. So when Indigenous people do this work, like the work Gasenio did, like the work Brenda does, like the work Laura does that we heard from this morning, denialists and others will target you. I anticipate following this, I will have a massive one on my back as well. And it's a weighing and balancing that we do to stand up for rights. So I wanted to address that in the context of someone who actually would experience it from a particular land defense, And if I may, if there's no further questions, I'd just like to give, or go ahead, Ellen, you another?
No, I only. Okay, I asked the question because I hadn't been informed. I was informed 3 times. So I thought maybe you got a letter that highlighted the fact that from the criminal code, for mine anyways, it was yellow highlighted that I was suspected of terrorism and a threat to Canada. That's why I asked the question now, because that was my experience.
Yeah.
And so surveillance, I mean, it comes in various forms, and I haven't had success myself in getting my files, but I think it's a really important thing to talk about, because Brett Forster, who did something earlier this year and as recently as April, talked about land defenders being the target of surveillance by CSIS. So, since you talked about land back, I figured maybe you had also experienced the same thing. Thank you.
You look like you're going to answer.
Yeah, and just to clarify, I said yes to the surveillance, not necessarily to the, like, had I been informed by Jesus, like, about the surveillance. And yeah, so I want to
Can you clarify whether or not your surveillance was a little more direct? I think earlier you said something like OPP and police following.
It was OPP, and they would multiple times a day fly the helicopter over my house, and would follow me with telephoto lenses, driving, taking my kids to school, and yeah.
So I think the surveillance level varies, and yeah, yours seems like it was serious. I would say I think you're Canada's OG land defender now. So I'm not surprised. Sorry, OG is like the original, yeah. Or one of them anyways, amongst an elite group of them.
Sorry, there was one other thing, just on the terrorism, like the being referred to that way, like there is consistently, especially in the media, like that definitely can be how it's portrayed as terrorists. And I've been called a bad apple in the media by multiple public officials, and yeah.
Well, I would like to thank the bad apple on behalf of the prosecutorial team. We're providing any of the witnesses a small little gesture and gift. And the book, what we're doing is we're giving children's books. It's written by an Indigenous author, Monique Grace Smith, and this one is this one's called "My Heart Fills with Happiness," and it asks, what fills your heart with happiness? And I'm going to be gifting this one to you, Dr. Reynolds, because I think she's been spending her whole life asking children, what fills your heart with happiness? It's illustrated by Julie Flett. This one won the BC Booker Prize, and it was the first time they've given the book to both an Indigenous author and illustrator. And Gasenio, for you, I have Kokum's First Drum, which is written by Monique Grace Smith and illustrated by Carleen Harvey. And it's a story of a grandma who ended up in the 60s scoop and experienced a lot of institutionalized harm, getting her first drum not until she's a kukum, and explaining to her grandson why it took so long to get there. And we will be giving you some medicines too. So Chini Wedge, now for your testimony today.
Nyalakua. And so with that, we'll begin our closing. I have a few announcements. But first, we'd like to thank everyone that came forward to share your expertise and your experiences today. We thank you for your honesty and your courage. And I know I introduced myself, but I didn't speak about the work that I do. And I'm currently an assistant professor at McGill University, but my research focuses on Indian day schools. And so the nature of my work is very similar in gathering the stories that were shared here today. So I have experience gathering heavy stories, and we have medicine and we have ceremony to help us with those. With those stories can be burdensome. And so our care team is reminding me that, we have many people watching on the live stream and we need to send them love. And so before we do the closing statement, and we'd like to do something to help lift the spirits of everyone so we don't leave with too much heaviness in our hearts. And so I'm thinking back to the day we opened the sacred fire and the words of Ganasoho that we're here to speak truth to power. And I really feel that these first 3 days of this tribunal exemplified that. And so I like to call Ganasoho up to just speak a few words of closing. And our care team, some members of our care team will also come up to do a song. And then we have someone coming up to do the recap of the day, which will end the session, and final announcements then. So Ganaso, if you would please give us a few words. Our care team feels that it's very important to offer some words of encouragement. Nyalakua.
Margaret Zinidzu was a wadadi one when is rather. Koske Yuri Wokste Zinio Boya Tawan. Next Iowski Skara as a one of Tenuet and a Jutku as a wadagri again. Next to be an Iok to as a Nigura. So just a couple of words to acknowledge all of the ones that have spoken, that have had the courage to talk about their experiences and what happened to them. And all I said is that we ask that the powers of the universe, however we conceive that it will bring some comfort to your mind and to your heart, give you the love and the support, comfort that you need, so that eventually as we'll get through this and move into the future, that happiness will lift up and those smiles and the happiness of that joy will return, so that we can continue to dance and to love this life that we're here for just a very short period of time. These are some little words that I figured I'd say at this time. Of course, a very thank you for seeing.
Penjakwa. So we'd like to call up Janice Makokas to do the recap of the day. And then we'll have our care team sing us out. So that'll be the last things we leave with is that medicine, and that'll close the session. And following that, we'll reconvene tomorrow at 9 a.m. So Janice, would please come up. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Janice Makokas. I'm a Nehiawaskwa Cree woman from the Saddle Lake Cree Nation located in Treaty 6 territory, what is now called Alberta. I'm also a law professor at the Faculty of Law, University of Windsor, and I'm speaking on behalf of the prosecution team and the Indigenous Legal Advisory Committee regarding today's proceedings before the Permanent People's Tribunal. Today's hearing focused on evidence related to survivor initiatives and investigations around student deaths and Indian residential schools in Canada, specifically archival research, Brown search, advocacy for survivors and commemoration, memorialization, protection, and the evolving challenges of residential school denialism. And this afternoon, forced and coerced sterilization, specifically the sacredness of motherhood, framed within Indigenous governance structures of First Nations, the impact of systemic racism, what consent is, and the intergenerational impact and trauma related to genocide that sterilization has on passing on our Indigenous nationhood. I will briefly summarize the evidence presented today and its significance to the proceedings through a variety of themes that I identified in listening to the proceedings. The survivor testimony. Today, the panel heard from survivor testimony from Jackie and Gasenio, who are survivors of forced and coerced sterilization. The panel testimony on forced and coerced sterilization established that Indigenous women experience sterilization within broader systems of colonial violence, racism, medical control, child apprehension, and genocide. Survivors and experts describe sterilization not as isolated misconduct, but as part of interconnected state systems designed to control Indigenous reproduction, family formation, and Indigenous futures. The testimony highlighted the lifelong impacts on survivors, families, nations, and future generations, while also emphasizing Indigenous healing practices, ceremony, and Indigenous-led advocacy. One of the themes was forced sterilization as colonial violence and genocide. The theme throughout this testimony was that forced and coerced sterilization constitutes genocide because it intentionally interferes with Indigenous women's ability to reproduce and continue their nations. One survivor described the moment she recognized the broader meaning of what happened to her, stating, quote, "If I think what has happened to me, that it was an act of genocide." The survivors explained that sterilization impacts not only individuals, but entire nations, clans, and their future generations. The second theme identified was lack of consent and medical coercion. Survivors described being sterilized during childbirth while physically restrained, medicated, frightened, vomiting, or under severe medical distress. One survivor testified stating, quote, "I was numb from the armpits down, strapped to the operating table," end quote. She described being repeatedly pressured while unable to respond. The physician ultimately proceeded without informed consent. The testimony described that coercion occurred in contexts where Indigenous women were vulnerable, were threatened with medical consequences, were racially judged, and were denied meaningful and informed consent. Another theme was racism and dehumanization in healthcare systems. Witnesses repeatedly testified that racism within hospitals and healthcare systems normalized sterilization and the judgment of Indigenous mothers. The testimony described assumptions that Indigenous women were unfit mothers, and healthcare systems treating Indigenous reproduction is a problem to manage. Another theme was intergenerational trauma and lifelong harm. Survivors described forced sterilization as producing profound and lifelong emotional, spiritual, physical, and cultural harm. One survivor stated, quote, "It took me a really, really long time to accept what happened to me," end quote. Another theme, the connections that were being made between residential schools, child welfare, and sterilization. The testimony situated forced sterilization within broader colonial systems that included residential schools, Indian hospitals, child welfare systems, medical experimentation, and forced child removals. Another theme was the disruption of culture, kinship, and nationhood. Survivors emphasized that sterilization disrupts Indigenous cultural continuity and responsibilities to future generations. One survivor stated, quote, "There are children that aren't here that had duties and responsibilities." The testimony described how birth stories, kinship teachings, clan systems, language transmission, and matriarchal roles are disrupted by sterilization. Witnesses framed reproductive autonomy as directly tied to Indigenous self-determination and nationhood. One of the final themes from this panel was healing through Indigenous ceremony and community. Survivors and experts emphasized that healing requires Indigenous cultural practices, ceremony, community support, and survivor-led approaches. Witnesses described healing through ceremony, community, storytelling, reconnecting spirit and body. The testimony strongly criticized Western-only trauma frameworks and stressed the importance of Indigenous-led healing systems. I'm going to move on to the expert testimony. So the panel heard evidence from Laura Arndt, an expert in survivor-led initiatives at the Mohawk Institute Survivor Secretariat, Dr. Scott Hamilton, an expert in fur trade, historic archaeology, and ethnohistory. Specific to this tribunal's work, Indigenous-led and community-based heritage and investigations at Indian residential schools, and Dr. Brenda Reynolds, an expert in trauma counseling and contribution to mental health education. So some of the core themes that came from the expert testimony included: one, survivor-led work is essential and grounded in responsibility to community. Witnesses consistently stress that investigations, memorialization, and ground searches must remain survivor-driven and community-led. That work is not merely technical or academic. It's relational, sacred, and tied to responsibilities owed to children, families, ancestors, and nations. Laura Arndt emphasized that bringing survivors together is essential, and she stated, quote, "If I can't bring survivors together to do the work, how can we do this work?" The witnesses described the work as involving archival and records research, ground searches, commemoration, survivor advocacy, protection of burial sites, community stewardship over information and data. Another theme was chronic underfunding and bureaucratic barriers that obstruct the truth. This was the dominant theme in this conversation was that federal funding processes are restrictive, inconsistent, and structurally harmful. Laura Arndt described the funding process as, quote, "death by 1,000 cuts." The expert witnesses testified that funding was cut unexpectedly. Organization proposals meeting all requirements identified by government funding deadlines were still denied. Organizations faced impossible deadlines and timelines. The essential works was stalled due to lack of government resources. The expert witnesses linked these barriers to Canada's broader historical colonial relationship with Indigenous peoples and argued that withholding resources prevents the full truth from emerging and contributes to increasing phenomena of residential school denialism. And the next theme is denialism as being organized, escalating, and harmful. A major focus of this testimony concerned the rise of residential school denialism and the ways government actions contribute to this. Laura Arndt stated, quote, "Canada fuels the denialist landscape when they pull the rug out of funding from communities," end quote. And Dr. Hamilton stated, quote, "Unrelenting, highly organized, and choreographed hate," end quote, when discussing residential school denialism. They explained that this happens through social media attacks being coordinated. Communities consistently face harassment and intimidation. Denialism isolates survivors. The funding cuts reinforce this public skepticism that if they're not being able to find bodies, then it can't be true. Denialism threatens memorialization efforts and community safety. The testimony framed denialism not as isolated ignorance, but as part of a broader systemic refusal to confront truth and accountability. Another theme was Canada controls access to information and records. Witnesses repeatedly emphasized that the truth cannot be fully uncovered without complete access to records and data. Laura Arndt stated, quote, "There's over 27 million documents out there that haven't been accessed or shared. Canada doesn't want the truth to come out," end quote. Dr. Hamilton noted, quote, "We don't know what we don't know because we don't have the full picture without all the information or documents before us," end quote. The key issues raised included incomplete records, lack of transparency, fragmented archives, jurisdictional barriers, control over data. The last theme from this panel was trauma related to genocide, intergenerational trauma, and its generational impacts. The testimony established that Canada bears ongoing responsibility for the intergenerational harms caused by colonial policies and genocide, including trauma that continues across generations, and therefore has an obligation to provide long-term healing supports, reparations, and sustained funding for survivors, families, and communities. In addition to the oral testimony of survivors and expert witnesses, the prosecution relied on extensive documentary and exhibit evidence to corroborate patterns of colonial violence, institutional knowledge, systemic discrimination, and the ongoing impacts of residential schools, missing Indigenous children investigations, and forced and coerced sterilization. In closing, today's evidence forms part of the prosecution's ongoing presentation concerning Canada's responsibility over the missing Indigenous children and unmarked graves as a result of the Indian residential school system. The evidence demonstrated that survivor-led initiatives are essential to uncovering the truth about missing Indigenous children and unmarked graves. The testimony also revealed how systemic underfunding, denialism, and restricted access to records continue to obstruct accountability and justice. The witnesses called for sustainable support, survivor governance, and full transparency in order to continue this work and honor the children who never returned home. And the last panel we just heard from talked about the ongoing intergenerational impacts and trauma of these colonial systems that link all of this together. This summary is intended to provide general context regarding the evidence heard today and should not be interpreted as findings or conclusions by the Permanent People's Tribunal. The hearing will resume tomorrow with evidence from legal expert witness Fanny LaFontaine on genocide and crimes against humanity. Kinanaskum Tanawao. Hi, thank you.
Thank you, Janice. And I'll call up our care team to sing us out. And I would just like to make two final announcements. Just a reminder to please clean up your area before you leave. And also that our care team will be available in the 10 afterwards if anyone would like to be sponged or clean before you leave today. Yawagoa Tukliwak Kedes.
We're going to do a round dance verse. Almost every nation has a round dance verse, and we ask everybody to think about your round dance, think about going to powwows, think about going to potlucks, potlatches, any dances that you weren't able to attend, you're now free to do. So you can join us to sing. and that we'll sing with them.
Take care of yourselves tonight.